What is up, ladies and gentlemen? We are just about ready to get started for another day of Smash. Another day of casting, another day of developing. We're going to have a good time today, I tell you what. It's going to be a good time. So I hope you guys are prepared. We have ourselves an interesting first prospect here, a free-for-all. So that's already pretty compelling and pretty interesting. It's different than we normally see. And I see that the Shambler is already in the chat. Hello, Shambler. So we're going to start off with the FFA that was played on the 20th of June, known as the Jimmy Jamboree. And following that, we will be casting a secondary replay, another FFA that was played just yesterday. So real back and forth, real back-to-back stuff going on here. So I do think that this will be a compelling watch, to put it nicely. We will find out together, though. And Shambler, before I proceed, since you are, in fact, here, I see that there are... oh, what's up, Lucy? Dad alert indeed. I see that there are 7 participants in the first replay, and you have listed them as... you've actually only listed 6 names. You listed yourself, Kasuga, Smarty, Grass Eater, Dino Man, and Jimmy. You missed one name, which I assume is going to be Toyota, judging by the Jimmy name list. But there's also a very obvious Benno analog in Jino, so I'm wondering if maybe you got the names of one of these wrong, if Smarty Cakes wasn't playing and instead it was Benno. Also, you didn't list the races, so that makes it hard for the overlay. But it looks like we have 2 Protosses, which would be Shambler and Kasuga, presumably. Then we would have, let's see. I see we have 2 Zergs, which is Grass Eater and Dino Man, probably. And then I see we have 3 Terrans, but I also don't know if they were playing random or what. The 3 Terrans would be, obviously, Jimmy himself, Benno, and Toyota. That makes sense. So, let's see here. Alexander was in there. Oh, what's up, Sausage? Welcome, welcome. I feel like there's no way Alexander was in here with any of these names. Especially with... well, there's one name in particular that probably should be sanitized from the replay, but we don't have that technology yet. Eventually. One day. All right, let's take a quick look here. He might have been watching, like, a stream or something. I don't know. But, yeah. I mean, he's definitely not playing Zerg, if he is, because he would never name himself Open Jimmy Ass, and he definitely would never name himself Lolly Jimmy Lolly Yes. What a ridiculous and deranged set of names we have for this one. I can't imagine him playing anything other than Zerg or maybe Terran, but he wouldn't name himself these other ones. Yeah, well, you say it's Kasuga, but is it really? Because there's also Jimmy's Slave, and I think that's Kasuga because that's Protoss. Did Kasuga play Zerg? Because Open Jimmy Ass is Zerg, and I assumed that was Grass Eater, to be honest with you. Anyway, the bottom line is that the names were not... big surprise, when you tell people to name themselves something different than their actual name, it's really hard to figure out who was actually in here. So part of me wanted to just put the match list as a bunch of Jimmys. Like Jimmy 1, Jimmy 2, Jimmy 3, or whatever, but like... who the hell knows? Bottom line is I gotta configure this overlay a little bit differently. Yes, I think it is on theme. It's just when I was trying to set up the overlay for this, it obviously was a bit difficult. So we have a Protoss, a Zerg, a Terran, and then we have 2 more Terrans. And then I think we have a Protoss and a Zerg. Yeah. So we'll just set that up real quick while everybody's coming on in. Again, if you just popped in and you didn't know, you do not know what the hell is happening, we are casting a free-for-all. We're actually casting 2 free-for-alls. So we'll see about that. See how that goes. But let's take a look. Let's see what we can do. All right. And I guess that means we need to do, like, this. I have no clue who played in the second one either. Well, isn't that wonderful? All right, lads. I think it's about time we get started. Get rockin' and a rollin' here. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Jimmy Jamboree. This one was played on June 20th, so it is old patch stuff, but it's important for the context. So let's introduce our players. Meanwhile, by the way, anything that this person types is the Shambler. So now FBI can open up because obviously that's something that you shouldn't type in real life. But you know, Shambler types many things. So we have the Shambler for sure in the 9 o'clock. Down here in the center, we've got, I'm not going to read that name, but that is indeed Dino Man 48 if I had to guess, if I had to speculate. And they are in the middle. Oh, by the way, Shambler is Black Protoss, which actually is something that Kasuga runs now, so that's interesting. This looks like Coral. Yeah, Coral Zerg is Dino Man. Over here we have Open Jimmy Ass. Jimmy is 16 or something, guys. You can't say that. But I guess this is Kasuga. I mean, it does feel like a Kasuga name. The problem is that I also thought this was Kasuga. But maybe this is Grass. I thought these two are Grass and Kasuga. One, I don't know which one is which, but they're both. Those are them. This is Jimmy Slave and Open Jimmy Ass. So we have Jimmy Ass over here in the upper right of Oil Australia, and he is our Vivid Red Zerg. Oh, we already have a little bit of heckling over here. It's just a scout though. This is the real. This is Jimmy. I'm pretty sure. And he's Saddle Brown, right? Yeah. So Saddle Brown is definitely Jimmy. That's his favorite color and everything. Meanwhile, we've got Yotoda Jimmy. So definitely not Toyota. He's Lemon Terran. And they're neighbors. So that's classic. And then, yeah, all the way in the top left. All the way in the top left is Jimmy's Slave, which I believe, if this is not Grass Eater, and Grass only ever plays Zerg except for the time he played as What or something, and he was Protoss, and he beat Shambler in an FFA, and it was really good. He is in the top left, going Mass Embassy on the island. Classic move. Ultramarine or Zafir? I'll say Ultramarine, but it was Zafir Protoss. Oh, in the bottom left, we almost forgot. Jinno! This is Benno, almost assuredly. Green Terran. All right, we've introduced our 7 players. It's time to start talking about free-for-alls. They're wild in Cosmonarchy, as you might expect. Jinno, a.k.a. Benno, has already put down some Cyprians and an Anchor, but he's only going to be able to deal with a couple of these Ether Cores before they start having a good time. I can't believe he didn't even bother pulling the Masons. He was just like, yeah, that's fine. If they die, if he dies, he dies. You know, like Rocky. Oh, shit. Zeke just showed up with 43 homies. Welcome, homies. We're watching a free-for-all. So if you guys thought you were going to tune into some high-level gameplay, think again. This is a free-for-all between a bunch of noobs. So I hope that you guys are looking forward to that because we got ourselves some wild things here today. Thank you, Zeke, for the raid. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Big shout out. Big shout out. The funny stuff here that we have is that everybody in this lobby is named something related to Jimmy. Because we have a player named This Is Jimmy in the bottom right. And This Is Jimmy is a player who has really captured the hearts and minds of many. He is forever looking for that class 3 promotion, which would kind of be like if you were hard stuck in F or E rank. I'd say Jimmy's probably E rank, not F rank. But he's really trying to get to D rank. All he wants to do is get to D rank. And, you know, he just can't get there. It's so hard for him to get there. And so other people kind of beat him, and he's getting better. Sometimes it feels like he should enter promos or something, right? But he's just not quite able to get there to D rank. So that's what Jimmy's struggle is right now. There's a lot of other players down there in the pit with him. And in this very lobby, we've got a couple of other class 4s, as we call them, our ENF rankers. We got Toyota Miguel, going by the Yotoda Jimmy. He's our Lemon Terran, and he's attacking him with Mass Cyclops. And you just can't beat that with Bio. There's too much splash damage. Nah, he says. Yeah, he knows. You can't beat him. He's agreeing with me. And so, yeah, Jimmy's rocking out there. A classic move. You dying? Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, this must be Grass Eater. I don't think Kasuga would say dying. He would just say, Jimmy dead? Jimmy ass? And yeah, that's what Kasuga would say. So this must be Kasuga playing Zerg. That's wild. and Grass Eater playing Protoss. Really a mystery for the ages. Grass Eater and Kasuga are a little bit better than Jimmy, it should be said. Actually, probably a lot of bit better. Especially Kasuga. There's this ongoing bet where if Grass Eater, who normally plays Zerg, beats... if Jimmy beats Grass Eater in a best of 9, then I'll give him class 3. But it'll never happen, dude. He'll never get to D rank, I swear to God. And by that, I mean it will happen as soon as he really, really wants it. Meanwhile, we've got the Shambler, the highest rated player in the lobby. He's our Black Protoss at the 9 o'clock position, and he's kind of dancing around against Benno, who is... Honestly, he's probably like a class 3 player, but he's just not... He doesn't play very often, right? He's very, very inactive. He's a German math teacher or something. Dude, he's got to teach math. He's got to say 9 and have it be double meaning, you know? So, yeah, that's just a thing that's going on. But he's now being attacked at the extremity, and he's only got one finished anchor, and that one isn't even going to finish, so he can't even garrison it after this one dies. So these Cyprians ain't going to get a single kill. They almost killed the Hierophant, but their shots get blocked by anything with higher armor than 2, I think, or maybe 1, yeah. So if you meet or exceed the armor pen, which is 2 for the Cyprian, then your shots get blocked. Otherwise, you can be penetrated, and any other target will take half damage. That gets penetrated there. So the Ecclesiasts are fair game, the Hierophants are fair game, but the other units are not. And he's trying to repair the Lodestone, which is like a bunker-like add-on for the Ministry, our command center. But it really isn't working out for him. I think he might actually just be straight up dead. He does have an anchor up here that's full of Cyprians he could try to come down and help out with, but I don't know. I don't know what he's up to. Oh, he's got a base in the top right. He Phantom expanded. That's what the star pad was for. He must have had a Trojan somewhere. So he tried to build a cheeky expansion, and now he's... Well, he's no longer going to be here on the mainland, on Australia. Speaking of mainland, we've still got Grass Eater mucking about over there. Anseal scouting out for Jimmy, realizing that Kasuga has a ridiculous amount. What can we do about this situation? Well, I think we're just going to end up having to repair the Sacred Orbital. Now, this is just bullying. But I think, statistically, it would have been really hard for Shambler to spawn next to somebody who would have been at his level in this lobby. And Benno types the classic GG, I am dead. But look, he's still got this base up here. He's got this over here. I don't know what happened to his Trojan. I guess he probably had his Trojan like fly over some static defense and die, if I had to speculate. We missed that earlier. He's still trying to stay alive, but reinforcements are here. He doesn't even get his Anseal out. He's really selling the bit that he's dead, right? Nobody's going to go looking for him. Meanwhile, in the middle of the map, somehow, Dino Man is in the middle, and he has not been attacked. He's not been touched. I think when this spawn doesn't kick in, because this is an 8-player FFA map, and only 7 players in the lobby, when you don't have this spawn, I think the middle becomes a lot more attractive. Whereas if you spawn here and the middle's empty, which is almost never the case, it's really hard for... Oh my god. It's really hard for the upper left player to feel secure because the island spawn is in effect. So, anyway. A Cyclops drop was attempted. Did it get any kills? It got, like... No, never mind. It got 1 worker kill. Although, Kasuga isn't harvesting gas from his natural. He is taking a third. It's finished. Toyota, what's up with you, buddy? We haven't checked in on you in a while. Jimmy only has 27 workers. That's outrageous. He's adding mech. He's made his bio and he stopped making it, which is a classic move. He's just scouting around. He's having a good time. Holy fuck. Jimmy, you're 16. You can't say that. Kasuga sort of jousting right now. Will Toyota beat him? Will it happen? Well, he's got the Cyclops out. They can be pretty good, but they're busy trying to deal with the front line. Okay, now he's in trouble. He has got no detection. He's backed against the wall, and the spines are pinning him to it. Just a massacre of his army. Absolutely absurd. Meanwhile, Shambler, he's realized there's a lot of artisans, so he's going to go ahead and send out some land effects, our Corsair equivalent. They do deal with splash damage. And now it's going to be Grass Eater's time to see if he can fight them. And you know what? He's actually got a pretty reasonable spread, forcing Shambler to micro. It has worked out for Shambler so far, especially with more reinforcements arriving. I think we're going to need to see some more artisans. Okay, he's got some more. The Crucible, it creates, makes structures around it create units faster. It increases their efficiency, to put it another way. So we are going to get a lot of artisans. Meanwhile, he's made one Stargate of his own, and he's going to go ahead and start making his own land effect. I see. Kasuga is going to move to the top right, and I don't know what Benno's been doing this whole time. He's taken 2 bases. Oh, no. I love the Envoy, by the way. There's nothing in that transport. So close yet so far from discovering... Oh, he's found him. The land effects arrived to try to massacre more artisans. Okay. So far, so good. There's only one here for Grass Eater. So there goes all of his workers, all of his economy. Dead immediately, of course. He's got double engram warping in. Oh, no, he didn't even have a rally point for some of these. What happened over here? Oh, I see. The artisans have massacred the poor masons trying to harvest resources. Well, the engram number 1 will finish. It does deal splash damage, so that has to be concerning. Also, it's being supercharged by the Crucible, so it shoots faster than normal. And... yeah, I don't know what's happening on the mainland, but it's not nearly as interesting as what we're seeing here. Quickly scan over to see if anything worthwhile is happening. It looks like a horde of Lake is... oh, there's Jimmy's trying to see what he can do, see what he can scout. Meanwhile, the what the hell is happening? Oh my god. Oh. Wild. Look, he even brought an Exemplar so he can attack down. Meanwhile, the Trojan got killed. So Toyota didn't unload any of his army. Was that even army? It had one Cyclops and a bunch of Masons. Benno spotted. He's making a tier 2. He's making a stockade. I think he's dead, dude. He doesn't have a... he has watchdogs, I guess. He can make... okay, he's making Cyprians again. Benno is legendary for making, like, only Marines one time. Only Mavericks, as they call them in Cosmonarchy. Alright, Kasuga is getting tier 3. Right? That's what I'm seeing. I guess he's got tier 2 instead. He doesn't have enough money for tier 3 yet. But he's capping his gas. He's trying to make sure he can bank extra resources. Speaking of banking, I don't know what Jimmy is doing besides not spending money. He's making a lot of units, but how is he ever going to get him out of there? He's got to lift off his anchors or something. You got this omnidirectional ramp mound there that you can use to get cliff advantage. In Cosmonarchy, you just get extra weapon range shooting down. There's no penalty for shooting up, so there's no mischance. But there is obviously a pretty good little extra sweetener that you get the weapon range from shooting down. So, like, this Phalanx has more weapon range than this one, for example, as long as it's shooting at the, you know, down a level. So that's pretty good. Now here comes Kasuga's army with the air units. There are some madrigals here. Honestly, this looks like a pretty sound push from Toyota, but his focus fire on the Phalanxes could leave something to be desired here. And it does look like he's narrowly not going to have enough anti-air to deal with this. Look, the Zarkava cores were so close to going down. He's got one hero Cyclops there that finally regresses those Zarks into something more dealable. But there's more where that came from. Though these ones are Oxel, so when they die, they don't turn back into the mini one. They were morphed, they kind of skipped that intermediary phase. We do have a pretty huge attack coming in from Shambler, but look at what Dino Man has made in the meantime. He's got loads of Calculusks. These guys deal line trace splash damage. You gotta watch out for that. All of the anti-air from the land effects, they just get mulched. They were not split. So they did take that splash damage. And it looks like the Exemplars are gonna be not so long from this world either. And so this base in the sort of dead center off to the left is not going to survive. Oh, well, I guess with that many Dracodons, maybe. Meanwhile, Toyota has disengaged from this position. He's lost his Cestus. You can see the rubble there on the ground. It's been a bit of a bloodbath for him. Ah, Benno was trying to harvest Vespine from there. And now there's a single Gladius from Grass Eater heckling his base over here. He doesn't have the Watchdog in the right spot. What is he even making with his tier 2? I guess he doesn't well, no, he has money. I don't know what he's doing, honestly. He's just having a good time. Oh, it looks like all those Calculusks died and turned back into the units that turned into Calculusks, the Nathracor. Much better at anti-air than it is at anti-ground, I can tell you that much. But there's a lot of Lyrilisks where that came from, so Dynaman's still mounting some kind of attack. In production, he's just got more Lyrilisks where that came from, and the unit that turns into them, the Quasilisk. So, that's pretty much it. I don't know what Yoda... Oh, there's a nuke somewhere. Oh, Jimmy nuked him! Jimmy got the nuke off! Hell yeah, Jimmy, your Eidolon might die. Okay, never mind it. Just narrowly worn off. Disruption field coming in the clutch with the land effects. And now, poor Benno. Although saying oof does not really feel like a Benno thing to say, but you know, maybe he's down with the kids these days. Well, all the Lyralists diving forward. The Calculists are good line trace. They should probably target those Exemplars, but they're doing all right as it is. There's a lot of chaff to kind of stop the army from automatically targeting. And Shambler, he's busy macroing back at home or something. He's not really too interested in microing this fight, but he is losing to Dino Man's tier 2 stat. So his army did suffer a lot of setbacks there, and he lost the Nexus at some point earlier. So that's pretty bad for him. We're trying to catch all the action that we can, and it looks like Benno is pretty close to being eliminated. Oh, he still has that Ministry down there. I was going to say, I'm sure he has another one somewhere, but maybe he can make enough Watchdogs? I don't know. This feels like a little bit too much. Yeah, there's like... If there were like 3 more Watchdogs, I would say he might have a chance here at bursting them down. There's a Didac. Is he going to recall Artisans? I mean, they could just fly there, so I don't know if they answer to that. Oh, he's making a lot of gateways. I guess he's... Oh, he's got some of these as well. I don't know. I mean, Grass Eater has a ton of money, but he should probably take another base soon. Meanwhile, Zerg Army reigning supreme, but there's more where that came from the Protoss. They're not done and out yet. I'll take this moment to check in. Oh no, that's his last structure. Well, oh. Kasuga is infesting the Ministry. Jimmy tries to escape his base. It is not successful. There you go. It's been infested. He could have infested the stockade as well, but that's okay. Trying to break free. Oh, devastated. Meanwhile, the one Sentinel. Spoiler, I don't think it's going to survive against all that. Good penetration shots. There's a couple of Phalanx in good positions here for Jimmy. Not immediately sure whether or not he'll be able to handle it. Oh, infest the Atlas. Free Atlas, free tier 2. Oh my god. Oh my god, he started tier 3. Dude, imagine if he just gives it tier 3. This is Madrigal drop territory right here, man. He was typing, so he could have just left with the Talos, but instead he's like, I'm sorry. Big attack coming in here from Dino Man. Actually got surrounded a little bit by the Protoss, which is funny to see. The Pariahs can mulch through all of that. A lot of Exemplars. There's not that much anti-air here. And Dino Man's doing the right thing here by moving all of his calcs away. But now he's not doing the right thing. No, Dino Man. Ah, jeez. All right, well, the infestation is good. It looks like there was a Didac recall here for the Zealots, but I guess the Didac, yeah, the Didac died to the Zarks. Tier 3 will unfortunately not be created. Madrigal's parking up and leaving, packing up and getting out of dodge. Some Phalanx is unfortunately offered up to the Phalanx gods. Random units getting bopped on the way out. The Exemplar stack is enormous. It's once again wiped the Harvesters over here. Dino Man's got a lot of gas, but he's only making an Iris. I have no idea what he's going to try to make now.
Missile launch detected.
Maybe Sovroliths. That missile launch is where? Ah, okay. He's trying to take care of the Phalanx count. Hydras are a better pick versus the Pariahs, but not quite enough. Oh, there it goes. Now, I was told, by the way, that the game becomes a silent film after a certain amount of time, and indeed it does. We're actually working on this exact bug as recently as yesterday, so we should be able to fix it pretty soon. But for now, you guys will have to enjoy imagining what the game sounds like, which is going to be harder for some of you. So I will assist sometimes. Whoopsh, whoopsh, whoopsh. Yeah, that's all of the Zarkavor Core is just smashing. There's a lot of splash damage kind of errantly in this comp, specifically the Cyclops. Oh, the Streakers are just on a rally. Oh, that's horrible. Oh my god, he doesn't actually have any splash damage now, I don't think. And even if he did, he still has to deal with all the Ultra Cores. These guys, every time they consume a corpse, they start moving faster, which is why they start moving very, very heavily. And in the process, they also lifesteal. They love me. It's love. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Dino Man. I think you're probably banned, actually. But the air units are descending, starting to deal splash damage. Oh, wow. Toyota's in a lot of trouble. Mouth sounds, please. Sorry, I don't do ASMR requests for free. Pew pew. What's up, Ramen? What's up, dog? I see Kasuga in the chat. I see Alexander in the chat. I see a couple of homies from Spanish-speaking places in the chat. Welcome, welcome. Voice-acted sound effects mod when? Yeah, exactly, Adam. The acapella mod. Gonna radiate. That'll stack up some damage, but I think Toyota's gonna need a little bit more than that. And honestly, we are on the verge of many players dying at almost the same time. Shambler cracking open Dino Man's position. Sure, there's some calculus because they're not going to be able to save him from everything. Toyota collapsing to Kasuga's tier 3 onslaught, or at least tier 2 onslaught. Does he have tier 3? Oh my god, look at the Gosvaleths, dude. Crazy mining. He's making Terran tier 3, so I guess, yes, he has tier 3, just not his own. My god, man. Now, okay, we need to start checking in with some of the power players, because it's all well and good to see the cinematic deaths of many a Zerg player and many a Terran player, and I'm sure we're going to see more of that pretty soon as more Zerg just starts flooding in. Kasuga, certainly looking like a powerful player. You know, he's absorbing the assets of his neighbors. He's stealing madrigals. Does he have an Akister card? No, he has a Matrolith he's manually targeting onto the Phalanx. That is skillful, man. It takes a lot of work to do that, more than you might expect. Unfortunately, his Matrolith does die to the Watchdogs, but in the process, he stole a couple of Phalanxes, so that's pretty sick. And of course, we've got the land effects for anti-air, we got exemplars for anti-ground, and we got loads of ground units, powerful ground units, to deal with the few remaining presences of Dino Man. No, Jimmy, don't do that. No, my children. Alright, listen, buddy, you can't talk about children. There's something really obvious that means that you can't talk about it. I really wish I knew what it was. Nanite assemblies are coming online for Kasuga. He's building infested Minotaurs. Dude, infested battlecruisers. Looks like Grass Eater either had to go or something else happened. I don't know. He just decided to leave. So that's a wrap for the Protoss. He wasn't really building anything anyway. I think maybe he was playing with one hand or something. And yeah, Kasuga's descending upon Jimmy. I mean, we knew this was happening. Tier 3 is coming up. Dude, Kasuga as Zerg got tier 3 for Terran before Jimmy did. Just let that sink in. Oh, the Morning Star went off. You blow up the nuclear storage, it detonates. It's a defense mechanism, you know? Toyota is still technically alive. In fact, I guess I would say he's more alive than Jimmy is. Jimmy does have this island. He's got a lot of watchdogs on it. Maybe he can stay alive and cockroach his way back into relevance, but Shambler is slowly taking over the whole middle of the map. Obviously, he's excised Dino Man and now has defeated him, so he's no longer in the list, thankfully, with a name like that. All right, so our major players at this point, the Shambler and Kasuga, are minor players. I guess literally. I think Toyota turned 18 recently. Shout out to his birthday. But yeah, we've got Toyota barely alive. His Atlas is in the middle of Jimmy's base, which is hilarious. And doesn't want to lead him to the island, right? So he lands it there. They might actually be like allied at this point. And yeah, Kasuga's going to go ahead and destroy that, which is an unfortunate loss for Toyota. He's got Cestises all over the place for defense. Doesn't have any watchdogs. He's got a couple of Talos. He's looking to navigate his way towards some kind of potential victory. Exemplars are kind of loose in the middle of nowhere. Kasuga will see them and maybe go after them. That's a dead ministry. Remember his Talos, or his Matrolith ended up dying, so he doesn't have access to it for free. Well, the Exemplar are chasing some of the Vorvs around, which is hilarious. Shambler may or may not notice that right about now. He's actually looking at where Benno's base used to be and finishing a Monument of Sin. Hell yeah, hot diggity! He's going to have access to some of the most impressive units in the game from that structure. And he might need it to deal with what Kasuga has. The Zarkavor deals splash damage to air and ground, so it can be a very effective counter to things like the land effect. It's got pretty good damage and durability. And when you attack it, you get hit with this repeating venom thing, which is actually supposed to be a bone of reflection. So I've corrected the tooltip later on. You can see these Taluses desperately trying to stay alive. Oh, maybe this is why he left. I lost vision on him, so maybe not. But I feel like maybe every time he tried to expand over here... Yeah, this base got wiped, and I guess Grass Eater just decided to GG from there. Or maybe it wasn't Grass Eater to begin with. The Phoboses are operational. The infested Minotaurs are operational. I mean, it's glorious. It looks beautiful. Infested Terran base. Tell me it's not exactly what you dreamed of. I need Zeke to do this against Wolfix later. And just infest his stuff. The absolute Jimmy might be. Oh my god, this fight is going pretty heavily in favor of Shambler, who is Absolute Jimmy. You can see the infested phalanx. You know, it's a scary thought. It's a scary sight, but not in isolation, right? Where is Kasuga's... Kasuga's army must have actually gone straight over there, so now he's going to bide his time and mass up an immense but immobile force. Making some hippogriffs for anti-ground is a great choice, something we don't see very often. The Phobos and the Minotaur can handle the air pretty well. The question really is, how long will his Zerg bases survive? The Gosvalets are in insane numbers right about now. Yotoda. All right, slowly building up in the top level. Oh no, Shambler sees that with his witness. Keeping tabs on just about everything. No tier 3 was ever made for Zerg, but I guess he doesn't need it if he's got tier 3 Terran, right? Now, obviously, they move very slow, but... Got some Iron Foundries coming up here for Toyota. So he did make a tier 3? Where is it? The Gosvalets try to fly into Jimmy's Island, only to be shown away, shown the door. One nanite assembly got up. Oh, his Daedala is still here. So we've still got a Daedala for Jimmy. He's landed a starport on the surface. He's got gas mining over here, which is pretty good. Obviously, Kasuga is still getting creamed over in the right side of the map. But his air fleet is in a position. He still didn't make any anti-air. That's so wild to me. We'll see what he wants to do with that. All right, he's got some Zar. Oh, this is the army I was wondering about. Like, this made a lot of sense to me as something that he might be able to deal with. He is making 6 Minotaurs at a time, dude. It's kind of outrageous. So even though they're very slow, Iral Iris and Zerkishra coming back up. He wants to get access to the Zarks again, which makes sense. Run cover. Kasuga is going to lose out a lot of influence over here, but a lot of pariahs. Now the army descends on the Iron Foundries. I'm still looking everywhere for where that Daedala is for Toyota, but I guess it doesn't exist and he had just started them before he lost it or something. I didn't even know he had it, to be honest with you. Oh, there it is! There it is, it's been found. Shambler found it for me. Thanks, Shambler. I was going to jokingly mention that might be one of the only times I've said thanks, Shambler, but actually that's not true. He rates our D&D summaries, so he's a pretty cool guy, actually. Well, one of the Iron Foundries has gone down. The cuirasses are going to take about 10,000 years to actually go down, and they do pack a little bit of a punch in these sort of small unit scenarios. Not a common situation for them to be in. Iral Iris, complete. Oth's Lava Form can be next. If Kasuga wants it, he's going to need 2,100 Vespine. His air units have descended upon this place, and Shambler's army is going to be stretched a little bit thin. He doesn't actually have that many resources. He's run dry on a lot of bases. He's churning out lots of air units. His army's dealing with many players, trying to clean them up. He's still going to have to deal with Jimmy at the 6 o'clock. Although, oh, a Star Sovereign has arrived. So there's a Minotaur over here. And yeah, okay. Oh, thanks. Thanks, sound effect. Thanks for coming through. He's just out of range on the Ministry. He's just out of range. GG is called by Toyota as he is found by the Exemplars and the Auroras. But I think that might be one of those premature ones, you know what I mean? Now, this air fleet could get jumped on by the ground army, but I still think it should be in a good position. They get a little bit of extra armor from being infested, which isn't going to hurt him at all. And actually, Shambler's not really on a proper attack move. Oh my god, there's so many more Minotaurs. The Archons are trying their best to try to splash them down. They might kill a single Phobos. Emphasis on might. Yeah, it looks like they will. Grass Eater is gone, obviously. Toyota is gone. We've lost Benno as well. And Dino Man. He's still in the game, but he's out of the... Like, he's still in the lobby, but he's been eliminated from the contention. Only one of them will be able to have the Jimmy name. Will be the absolute Jimmy. The glassing has continued. Or subsided, perhaps. The Ministry has been destroyed. A second Star Sovereign has arrived. It looks like this is the end for This Is Jimmy. He is not reclaiming his name. Not yet. But you still got to deal with all that. Oh my god, 21 Exemplars. Now, the Gosvalets can technically deal with this. It's really funny. If we had a bunch of Centaurs, I would say that, like, okay, well, this isn't going to be that much of a threat. But you can destroy the Ministry. I guess it can lift. And destroy the gas caps for sure. Zarks are going to be dispatched to try to deal with them. The rest of the air fleet is Not really going anywhere, but you know. Oh no, not the Ultrav, not again! They're going to focus it down. Zark's not here in time. There it goes, their tech structure. They can no longer be made. They're going to have to be remorphed. Oh, he kills the whole damn thing. Well, that's 21 exemplars down, and we are down to our last 2 players, ladies and gentlemen. A 1v1, a duel of the ages, a silent movie for your viewing pleasure. This is a watch party. We're watching the silent movie of Absolute Jimmy versus Open Jimmy Ass, Shambler versus Kasuga, Protoss versus Zerg, and Zerg is OP, or so I'm told. So surely this is going to be it. We're not going to see any more Protoss victories. Shambler will be routed. He's got Panoptises and Land Effects, so looking pretty good there versus the air. The Panoptises can be a pretty good heavy target. They probably need Barghests to deal with the armor, especially with the extra armor that you get from being infested. So I'm kind of thinking about that. The Land Effects are not doing much at all. They are not the anti-capital. Oh, but here we go. The Panoptis stack of 12 is doing its best. There's a couple more coming up. He's going to try to nuke these add-ons. These are pretty expensive structures. Oh, look, and the Zorkish Shroud being remade in that same spot as well. I agree, Shambler. You probably shouldn't be able to do it. Ah, Requiem for a Dream, a classic. A classic one, Lucy. Thank you. Unfortunately, copyright. But I like the idea. Fighting over the scraps. You could infest all this Protoss stuff. Kind of surprised Kasuga hasn't done that. His army will indeed get there next Tuesday. I like the cut of Adam's jib on that. I mean, if you die this slowly to an army of infested Terran stuff, I don't know. There's something about that that makes sense. Dude, he's so committed to the bit of not building crucibles or pylons. I know he's made a bunch, but around his new bases, he's like, nah, I can't fit my monument. I'll just go to another base, and puts it here. Oh, Gosvelet's descending over to the right side. Oh my god, we might be locked in here for a little bit, guys. I can't really immediately see a path where one player can take a decided advantage. Sure, you can say that the ground army for Shambler can sidestep the air fleet, but look at the Zarks. They've come back. They'll deal with the Exemplars. The Pariahs will probably deal with them. Splash damage is pretty good. We've got the air fleet massing up over there and trying to go for the main base. He's going to have to deal with the fact that the Pariahs will deal that splash damage. And he's not really splitting, right? So he's just going to get annihilated, yeah. That's kind of what I thought would happen. He killed a couple Pariahs. He didn't even get rid of the Exemplars, so that's a big whiff. I am absolute, says Absolute Jimmy. But I don't think Kasuga will surrender. Kasuga hasn't fit. No, don't go back! Oh, by the time he gets there, by the time your fleet gets there, Shambler will have expanded in that location. And Shambler doesn't expand after 32 minutes. So that's going to take a long time. I can't believe he's actually doing this. You just A-move his laser beam, his forces, and force him to come to you. Gosveleths, flee. Fly, you fools. Dude, he's got so many Vespene tanks, but not really much in the mineral account. He could try to take this base, but he doesn't even know about it yet. He is wiping through a ton, and I mean a ton, of Protoss units. Like, he's lost one Minotaur and one Phobos here. This will be the Minotaur that he lost. Oh, another one. Okay, it wasn't as bad for Shambler as I thought, but that's pretty cost efficient for the infested Terran army. I was going to say the Zerg army, but it's not really a Zerg army, is it? And look at this. Now he's just wiping the deck with the ground army. This could be a really big swing in favor of Kasuga, but let's see. His unit control, it doesn't really exist. So he is actually getting pounced upon by a lot of anti-air. And the spread is much better now with these Minotaurs down here. It feels like it's going to be a lot harder for the Archons to get there. Oh, they do some splash. They do get some splash down. Also, at this point, the Patriarchs still give you that like shield boost. But yeah, it looks like it's just a little bit too much on the heavy air. Still, Jimmy has access to... Jimmy. That's not specific enough. Shambler has access to a lot more resources on the map. And Kasuga is much more gated. And look at this. A Star Sovereign that's going to take a very long time for the Gosvelets to kill. There's the channeling. We're going to get that glassing going. Oh, tactical lift. So, he doesn't... Oh, no, the Ministry is actually safe somehow. So it looks like the Star Sovereign will very, very slowly be attacked. All of the nanite assemblies end up lifting off. I would have really liked to see some centaurs out of him, but instead he's making magnetars. I will tell you that the fact that the fact that he took Benno's base and turned it into an infested Terran army is pretty awesome. Like, we don't see that kind of thing too frequently. Oh my god. Is it going to be enough? He's landing it preemptively. He seems to believe it. He believes in the heart of the cards. The Cosmonarchy, have they done it? Oh my god, the last two survivors. Wild, wild scenes. The last raging Archons. Oh, there's an Anthelian. The Gosvalets are snuck. Hey, Archon, you want to come in here? This is like Archon Toilet in Starcraft 2. Just do it, quick. No. No balls. Because the Archon is a ball, get it? There's not a lot here for the Shambler to be able to attack in such a position, but let's see if he can make it happen anyway. The Hippogriffs are super vulnerable, but they're kind of just smack dab in the middle of everything else. This army in the high ground means that the ground army is not really going to be able to help too much, but the Patriarchs and the Star Sovereigns are definitely doing their job. Oh, and coming in from the top rope, or bottom rope, should I say, the Archons, doing a lot of splash damage, reinforcing with some Minotaurs. They were dispatched 20 minutes ago, and here they are, dutifully on time. An infested Minotaur arrives precisely when he means to, but that's it. GG! Kasuga refuses. He is dead, and it is just absolute Jimmy, the Shambler, to take the victory. Jimmy, number 1. All right, that one was a deranged one. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I wasn't quite expecting a game that would look quite like that, but it was pretty awesome. Honestly, it was pretty awesome. So, also, I set up a who takes the prediction, who takes the FFA Gamba, and for Twitch, and unfortunately, I didn't hit the button. But also, I didn't even know if we had the right player names. Like, I had to replace Smarty Cakes with Benno, and I wasn't sure if that was the right guy. Anyway, bottom line is, it doesn't matter. We'll set it up correctly for the next one, which I'm gonna take to you guys right about now. Yes, only one absolute Jimmy. That was a game. That was a game. I know that you guys are happy to hear some more sounds other than my voice. Now that we've got some music on again, maybe I'll put the music back on if we run into that again, because I was told that the next replay has that as well, but the next replay is apparently shorter. So we are going to check out that one and get it booted up for you guys. So we don't actually know what the players are. I'll see if we can kind of do that live, or I guess like right before I go switch over to the screen that shows the players, shows the game. But we're going to get set up for the second Jimmy Jamboree, back to back. Why not do them both? Okay, so it looks like we actually have 8 players this time around. So this will be a good one. We've got Absolute Jimmy, which is the Shambler. We have This Is Real Jimmy, no idea yet, Terran player. Prime Jimmy, that's Rainaril, I was told. Slim Jim is Zerg. Probably Grass Eater. Jimmy with class 3 is Terran. Is that P-Sense, I think? And then we have Russell's My Jimmy is a Zerg. I Touch My Jimmy is Terran. And This Is Jimmy is Terran. So we know that This Is Jimmy is that. Okay, so let's see what we can change up here. Because I know Kasuga didn't participate in this one. We've got Rainaril is player 3. Player 2 is This Is Real Jimmy. No idea who that one is. We know player at the very bottom is regular Jimmy. I don't know who I Touch My Jimmy is. That one's a tough one. Put them at the bottom. Then we have Russell's Jimmy. And then we have P-Sense, because I know that. Slim Jim is Grass Eater. Okay, I think, unless... Oh, This Is Real Jimmy is Vilius. I remember now, actually. So that's Vilius. So we have Shambler, Vilius, Rainaril, Grass Eater, P-Sense, This Is Jimmy, and then we have 2 unidentified Jimmys, Russell's Jimmy and Jimmy Toucher. Who could they be, guys? Chat, who could those 2 be? That's what I want to know. But we'll find out together, I think. We'll find out together. We're going back to the same map, of course. It's Oil, Australia. And This Is Jimmy is right in the middle, dude. Right in the middle. I can't believe it. Wild scenes. Oh, he's playing Hearts of Iron 4. That should give him a nice leg up over the competition, right? Gonna go ahead and add a stockade. All right, let's introduce our players to the best of our abilities, and let's get the Gamba rolling. Who takes the FFA? You guys can decide on Twitch. And we are going in for an 8-player FFA. We have in the middle, this is Jimmy. He is our Saddle Brown Terran. And he is in the middle of everything. In the upper left, we've got, this is real Jimmy. This is Vilius. And he is Japanese Violet Terran. Over here in the side, we've got Shambler, Zerg, Island, yellow. Yellow Zerg on the island. Makes sense, makes sense. Over here in the mid-left, I Touch My Jimmy. We don't know who this is. We have no idea who I Touch My Jimmy is, but he's a Terran player, so maybe we can use that to our advantage to figure it out. Maybe it's Newt. I think Newt actually played in this. So he is in our, he's the Magma Terran. Bottom left, we have Russell's My Jimmies. This is the Palatinate Purple. No, Tyrian Purple. Oops. Tyrian Purple Zerg. Jimmy with Class 3 is P-Sense. He's in the bottom right. He is our Alice Blue Terran. We've got a Zinwaldite Brown Zerg named Slim Jim. This is Grass Eater. And we've got Prime Jimmy Rainarel Dark Sapphire Terran as per usual. Okay, I think we've introduced all of our players. We have all 8 spawns. Of course, it's Shambler to get the this spawn, the island spawn, so he's very, very safe in the early game. People talking about what the hell's going on. Russell's My Jimmies. I guess Russell's My Jimmies is probably... That's probably actually Newt, so I don't know who I Touch My Jimmy is. He's going mech. This guy's going... Oh, never mind. This is 1,000% Newt. Going double star pad in the opener? Yeah, 1,000% this is Newt. So we've identified I Touch My Jimmy. He's playing as Newt. And then we've got this guy. I don't know who Russell's My Jimmies is. Who would Russell My Jimmies anyway? I just don't understand. Is that a legit one? Are we really Jimmy Russellin in the moment? We should just kill all who is not Terran. Yeah, that's a good idea. Man, you can't say race war without being called a racist these days. Well, it looks like the Zerg attack from Grass Eater is immediately going to fall down to the stimmed Mavericks. You know, Rainarel's pretty good at stimming his Mavs. I'll give him that. I also think it's really funny that the real Jimmy, aka Vilius. Wait, where even is Russell's My? Oh yeah, Russell's My Jimmy's a Zerg. I was selecting Vilius's stuff. So this guy is I don't know who this is. He's making a lot of hatches though. Is this Cannoli? This might be Cannoli. If Cannoli was playing in the FFA, this could be him, because this is the kind of stuff he would do, right? He's just going mass hatch, no tech node yet. That's very Cannoli coded. It's kind of also hit 'em up coded, but hit 'em up wasn't playing here. So I guess we've identified our last remaining player. It didn't take that much. A lot of bio, a treasury on the way. This is obviously new patch stuff if you guys didn't know. Modern era, it was played just yesterday. Wraiths are going to heckle Vilius. He's been in this position before. And he's got no anti-air, only vultures. I hope he looks at this and he goes, God damn it, Newt, like, even though they don't know each other. You know what this, the Jimmy Jamboree reminds me of the Hidden tournament? The Hidden Cup from, what do you call it? Age of Empires, right? Age of Empires 2, I think, has that. And I'm sure it's been used in other games as well. That's where I know it from, is Age of Empires. Where they only reveal the names after they... They only reveal the names once they're eliminated, I think, or maybe after the whole tournament is over. I don't know how to feel about that yet, but I do think that there's an interesting idea there. Never mind, you got hands. Vilius is receiving high compliments, unknowingly. Haven't seen the new treasury yet? Well, let me show you that in Nozlix. Check it out. Modeled by Solstice. Solstice sent in... oh, we don't have any Protoss in this lobby, but Solstice has a new Legionnaire. He's got portraits for Legionnaire and the Ecclesiast. Very sick, honestly. Now, a big attack is coming in from Grass Eater, or at least threatening to. It does look like P-Sense is going to hold on for now. A couple of Mavericks have been a little bit too bloodthirsty, actually. And that might provoke Grass Eater to try again. Those Mavs need to stim, and look at all these units up on the ramp, not able to help. A little bit of killer instinct here from Grass as he dives onto P-Sense's forward base. Remember, there's nothing protecting that treasury. It's going to have to lift. You got Mavs and you got a Cyprian. Let's see what they can make happen here. Meanwhile, the Wraiths are kind of angling down. I know that, yeah, Anseal scouting all of Rainerill's stuff makes sense. Auto, the P-Sense might actually be dead. I'm pretty, Berserker killing me. Fake Jimmy. You can't even just say that he's good at the game, and then he's just going to get yelled at instead. Grass Eater fighting the Race War, I see. Oh my god, the Wraiths. The Wraith War, more like. I don't know. Cannoli's in trouble here. He does not have his Calcure Lake done yet. There's no Anseals with this army, so that's a little bit of a problem for Newt. But he's certainly doing best. Oh my god. Zerg here, dude. P-Sense is out. He caught Jimmy typing! Ah, Jimmy, you typed. What a typer. The Ministry's going to burn down. Stockade is dead. Oh, does he have a Talos? No, I guess not. Well, he has the Treasury. He can remake the Quarry. Sorry for the yell, by the way. Chandler going to go ahead and escort a base down there in the bottom, or the upper left, I guess. While the Wraiths continue to heckle Cannoli, he is making his Calcure, and he's got Spraiths up. So, at the very least, his main base is in a better spot. Is it only Wraiths? Yeah. Triple pad. He's making some bio. He's making some Shamans as well. Now Grass Eater going to turn his attention. By the way, Grass did all of that off of one base, I guess. That's one of the reasons why it hit so hard, is P-Sense was expanding and taking tech. So Grass Eater just kind of one base all into him. And Rainerill's been very defensive so far. P-Sense trying to cockroach back from 6 o'clock. His Ministry is burned down. It's gone. It's over. Newt has enough Wraiths to start killing these Spraiths if he wants to. Oh, look, he's found a bunch of unmorphed Kagrans. Perfect. Beautiful. Now, let's see. We don't actually have that many Lyrilisks being made yet. He's got a couple. The fact that they do splash damage, so you do have to watch out for that. Oh my god, Jimmy's building an Ogun. Holy shit, first recorded Ogun. I don't think Jimmy will find it too useful, but, you know. He's also attacking forward. He's made a lot of units. He's going to try to pressure Vilius. Let's see if he can do it, because we've got a lot of idle Masons up there at that base. They could be fool's gold for Vilius if he's not careful. He's reinforcing with more units coming in. Really need to focus down that Phalanx and stacking up so much damage, and yeah, it looks like that is a wrap as Jimmy's army disintegrates. Gets a nice little self-stun, though. Grass Eater trying to push the issue, forcing down Rainerill's defenses if he can. He clears a lot of the front line. Yeah, Vilius is very hostile today. Shambler, by the way, has been untouched. Nobody's even looked at him yet. MF, fuck you, bitch. Dude, this really is a lobby full of teenagers, isn't it? Well, Jimmy's now going to have to deal with all the Wraiths. He does have a Cyprian or two. Newt was suggesting that I add a passive for the Wraith that blocks damage every other hit or something so they don't die to AoE. And all I could think of is, dude, do you want infinite scouting or infinite stacking of units to be a thing? Because, like, think about what that means if the other races also get access to something like that, you know? So it looks like that was a combined raid between Newt and... Yeah, and Newt and Vilius. He also had my reaction about the Ogun. Let's check in with Shambler. Oh, mass exodus of Droleth, I see. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. He's still not at tier 2, I guess, huh? Vilius never made a Madrigal? Oh, he did. It's all the way over there. Well, that's what you get for not making madrigals in sufficient quantities. Man. That's fucked up. That's pretty good. Just watching the whole massacre unfold and not doing anything about it. I can't believe P-Sense is still in the game, honestly. It's pretty good. I guess Jimmy deliberately typos that every time. It's happening too often for it to not be that. Tier 2 is complete for Newt. Honestly, for all his Wraith harassment, I don't know if he's actually in a position of power right now. Oh my god, he's going to lose all his Wraiths. Does he have enough to deal with a ground army? If he can keep Cannoli away, then that's one thing. But, well, Tier 2 is now complete. He used the Agrolith for it. Unbelievable. Bad human. Grass Eater is very slowly taking over the other bases. A slow game for me. All right. A big drop of Lyrilless Quas, it looks like. The Calculusks will clear the way. Vilius is, well, Cannoli has found one Terran. He hasn't actually found Newt yet, it looks like. Oh my god! What a massacre, dude. Well, there's still 36 of them, but he's kind of needing those units elsewhere. His ministry goes down. And it looks like that is a wrap for this upper right base for Vilius. Definitely a strugglesome situation. Does he have the tools necessary to deal with that? Kind of, yeah. He needs some more phalanx. But he's got the anti-air at the very least. That's fine. Well, big bio ball moving out. Maybe it will contest Cannoli in the south. Obviously, nobody has bothered to try to contest Shambler. We do have some Tier 2 Starport and Guildhall stuff, so we are seeing some bio and air units come out of Newt pretty soon, but yeah. This is looking a little bit difficult for Vilius. I don't know how much he's going to be able to deal with. And I haven't seen Vilius play that many FFAs. I don't know if he knows about, like, the cockroach strategy, right? Another round of death for Mr. Cannoli as he tries to grab his Viths and his Skiths and send them back in. I'll Vith, then I'll Skith, then I'll Zerg your name in. Something like that. The Bioforce is sizable enough that it can kind of back up. Somebody's not invading. Oh, looks like, yeah, Cannoli tried to go down there. A little bit too late. And speaking of too late, yeah, Vilius is definitely toast. Oh, here we go. Cannoli's wiped out the ground army. The Wraiths were not in a position to defend. It doesn't look like. They're cycling back now. But Shambler has defeated Vilius. Not a surprise in and of itself. The Mutaflock. Not so many of them, honestly. Rainerel under some duress. He's lost a bunch of Masons in his main base. Have they hit the other bases? It looks like they tried to come in here, but it was defended. I'm guessing the way that Grass Eater plays, there was probably way more mutas than just 17 or whatever. Welp. Oh, he was getting annihilated by the Strigas and stuff. Very impressive there. Meanwhile, Vilius has been properly eliminated. Now we're back to silent movie time, so I'll see if I can whip up that music as mentioned, but there was also a really big attack over here from Cannoli attacking Newt. He was held, he was rebuffed, so that does make some sense. We got some units kind of wandering around, trying to figure things out. So this is when there was a desync, but it was only, yeah, it was only this guy over here, poor Rainerel. The only victim. And it was just because some Zeths refused to move. That's why I was looking up there, by the way. The desync report indicated some Zerglings, some Zethrakors up there. But at the very least, he has some units. He might A-move somebody and ruin somebody's day. He could probably kill Jimmy. Isn't that helpfully vague? I think Newt might be dead. He's got a large army down here. He's got his Wraiths in a position. Honestly, his Wraiths are not a terrible idea versus the Gorgs. The Gorgs don't have splash damage, but he is losing everything right now. He's just trying to kill Cannoli. He doesn't care about anything else. Who killed me at Seal? That's a good question. Yeah, I guess he can just try to... Oh, no, he's not going to be able to do it fast enough, guys. I think he's going to lose everything. His Wraiths need to get up here post-haste. You know, like the Gorgs are starting to lose a lot of their durability to those Irradiates, so the Wraiths would actually be able to help out. But instead, he's just busy attacking what little Cannoli has left, and more Kagralisks are on the way for the Plague, rather. Man, look at that. Juicy Irradiate target, man. Juicy Irradiate target. Shaman comes down and can try to heal them out. Not quite able to get there in time. What is Newt doing right now? He's trying to add some more units. He did get the Irradiate off, but it didn't quite do the damage that it was supposed to do. Oh my god, we got more Gorgs coming. Don't say that, Jimmy. Have all the Wraiths died? Just about. Yeah, this is it. This is a wrap for Newt, it looks like. I think he's going to pop out of here and look for some more 1v1s. I haven't seen Newt play FFAs in a while. Ah, using the Ogun to make the Atlas. Does make sense. Well, he's not giving up yet. Newt's going to build a lot of captaincies. Does he have his Atlas somewhere? No, it doesn't look like it. So that's the last he can make. He can't make any more starports. He doesn't have the tech for it anymore. He also doesn't have a quarry, so he can't build more units. And look at his... he can't build more workers, I meant to say. And he doesn't have a great bank, so this is going to be difficult for him. The Gorgs are 56 strong. And Tier 3 just began for Mr. Shambler. Terbrethalors have arrived. They'll spread the plague even more. Not quite straight up splash damage, and, well, it shows. I wonder why he decided to go for something other than just Mass Lyra versus the Wraiths. Those wouldn't be as effective versus Gorgs because of the armor, but... Well, I guess the armor is actually the same as their armor pen, so it would have been fine. Probably. Oh, no, they don't have armor pen versus air, so never mind. You can't say that. Newt, you're not Zerg. Maybe it wasn't Cannoli, because Cannoli almost never types. I wonder if this was Knight of the Realm instead or something. Well, that is a wrap. There's one hatch left for Russell's My Jimmy. Oh, 2 hatches. I wonder why Shambler left this one alive. I'm looking around and I don't really see... Jimmy's got a 4K mineral bank, but that's kind of normal. Oh shit, it's Shambler. Oh, I see. He's got his army up here. I was going to say, where is his stuff? Now I see it. If 10 million fireflies... Oh, no, he's quoting that song. I forget what it's called. I think it's literally called Firefly. Newt saying he has 0 respect. P-Sense is very happy about the Zerg that killed him being dead. Oh, look at this. Rainerill's still moving around the map. Yeah, he came back in and saw the dead player, and he's like, hell yeah. P-Sense very happy right now. And Ogun is destroyed. I'm very distraught about that. Dude, I got 1 Quasi. Fuck off. Yeah. Poor guy. He did remake his quarry. And he made a ministry. But it looks like that is a wrap. Only 10 Gorgs remain in this area, but there's plenty more units where that came from. Shambler's an asshat. It's true. I mean, you gotta finish your meal sometimes. And other times you gotta be like, hold on, there's bigger fish to fry. But I don't think there are actually bigger fish to fry. How is anybody going to get to Shambler? This is just going to be an easy sweep, you know? So, am I in the center? Or you guys? Oh, there goes Cannoli or Knight of the Realm or whoever it was. Also Vilius. We're dropping... Our jimmies are dropping like flies, gentlemen. Oh, can he repair it in time? Newt was trying to mind game him, but yeah, that's a wrap. See you later, Newt. That's his last fulcrum? Is that it? Oh my god. Wait, he doesn't have anything that can repair it. Does he? Oh my god. Oh my god. If 100 HP ticks, this fulcrum is dead, dude. And that's it for Jimmy. Jimmy is gone. He's on a timed life. Rainerill's gonna come in and finish the job, I think. I mean, I don't know what Rainerill is seeing on his reality, but he's got an army, so whatever. My soul burns. Yeah, Rainerill's trying to not deal with this right now, but it's literally 50 HP separating Jimmy from death. His soul does burn. There's the big fight on the bridge. Meanwhile, Gorgorkors. Oh my god. Well, there's some splash damage in here, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough. No, they dive past. Oh, the execution move. Shambler. It's got no health. You're typing a little too slow. Yeah, there you go. Boom. It's funny because if you didn't think he was desynced, it would be pretty easy to tell that like you'd think, oh yeah, he's just moving his army across the map. He's cleaning house. Maybe he wasn't. I don't know what Shambler's roving around for right about now, but he is just making mass Gorg, so I guess that's fine. He's also got tier 3. I think we can all see where this one's going. Bruh. Jimmy does like, bruh, 80 Mgorgs. Mgorgs. Instead of MK, it's Mngorg. Oh, is he going to beat him with Agroleth? That's just rude. I did that to the AI once. The dank new treasury. Operational. Looking good. Looking like it could be a home base structure in our own RTS game. Love that. Love that. Maskorg continues. So, yeah, let this be a lesson to you folk. Do not let the island be taken. It will always end in tragedy. Jimmy is not as happy with this Jimmy Jamboree compared to the last one. But they can't all be bangers. Oh my god, was that a Tensender? I guess so. Or maybe it was a Trojan full of units, I'm not really sure. Either way, it's dead. The Scathalors are out. Jimmy, you can't just leak other people's strategies. He's got a bunch of Sundogs. Honestly, that's not going to help him versus the Gorgs. I have 60 Talos, :D. Oh, I see. Huh? Is it? This is Vilius's replay, so... Maybe he's sending it to allies, and Vilius is an ally, and that's why we have it. Well, you did not see that message? I see, I see. That's funny that the replays contained that. I wonder what else they contain. I think Rainerill's army is going to get annihilated in sort of coincidentally here, as his base is following suit. He's got his big stack of bio that have been on the rally. It'll take a little while for Jimmy to, or Absolute Jimmy, the Shambler, to get through that. But I think we're nearing the end, ladies and gentlemen. Like, there's going to be one big showdown. We got the big anti-air stack over here, or air unit stack from Pisens. It's going to get wiped by some Zerg. And, oh, he's actually giving him some of the Gorgs. That's funny. Looks like he held the attack as well. Still a couple of units Stuck in the middle. Ah, poor Jimmy. Lost his army. Lost his last fulcrum. I don't know what he was doing that whole time, by the way. Gorg's trying to circumvent the anti-air defenses. A little bit hard. That's 3. Yeah, that is 3. Oh, no. I wonder what P-Sense is talking about. I can't see just his vision, so... Gorgosaur. Well, he's got his Sundogs. He's like scrambling to try to figure out where they should go. Got his Talos, he'll bring them back. I can't remember if minerals in this map start out at 1500 or not. Somebody should give me vision of some of these. Oh, yeah, okay. That should probably be boosted to 2K, because I've noticed that they're getting pretty heavily depleted soon. Like, pretty soon after trying. I think I'll probably do that. Anyway, Shambler's about to cruise to a victory. Sundogs are okay. Jimmy's talked about British people in 2 different FFAs so far. That's interesting. I wonder what that means, guys. Well, it looks like finally all the Gorgs are down here will die, but there's more where that came from. We'll get to watch the epic holdout from Rainerill's alternate dimension. I do have to agree with Jimmy. I do think this one was not as epic as the last one. We didn't have any infested units. We didn't have a final showdown where we were not quite sure what the outcome would be. Oh, Rainerill is holding pretty nicely here, actually. He's got his Strigas doing their thing. He's got his clerics healing units that get reclaimed by the apostles. And his sirens are pulling them in so that they get reclaimed a little bit easier. This is actually going to take a little bit more effort for Shambler to clear. But again, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about like how long does it take him to do. Not really anything else. He is doing an okay job of keeping his money down when you have this many bases. Only having 2k float, 3k float is... it takes effort to do that, but although he is not making any units right now. I guess he's probably waiting for his land-born structures to finish mutating. He's got the these structures right here. They give you double the unit. So I think that might be what he's going after. Just wants to flood the map. It is sad that Rainerill was the only one who got it owned. So. Unit 497 has an invalid shield over it. That's an easy fix. I think that's the deployed Ogun. Yeah, probably. Because it has the Cestus thing, so. It's Alice Blue, not white. Yeah, Jimmy, tell him. What's up, Vilius? Oh, you're Jimmy with class 3? I thought you were This Is Real Jimmy. I guess that must have been P-Sense, and I had you two swapped in my head. This whole time I've been calling you P-Sense and P-Sense you. So you stayed alive on the island. Got yourself some rotaries. AMDI the master. Don't say that. So I think after these mantles go down, that's it for Rainerill. Yeah, I don't think he didn't quite comprehend the question there. GG Rainerill. He has been devastated and annihilated, both in this reality and in his own. Yeah, I think we'll just go ahead and skip ahead for a little bit here while we wait for the next showdown to happen. It's literally just the tiny island. This is like kind of Taiwan v China, mainland China. You know what I mean? If you live well, if you live, we'll give you class 2. Yeah, that's a good question. Well, is about a billion Almaxilisks coming in. The Sundog's diving backwards. There's no crowd control. It's just single target. The Minotaurs are here. I don't think I live. Well, Almax are pretty good versus armor. They have pretty high armor pen. The Minotaur does take a while, but it does still go down to that combined might of everything. And so that will indeed be a wrap, it looks like. He's got his Taluses out here trying to rebuild where he can, but there's Cascathalors in the way. Oh, devastated. Maybe he can sneak a base over there, but that is it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Jimmy Jamboree has concluded, I believe. This is his last hope. It is over. We go back to 1v1 casting. Bro, don't make me play. Hunt the Nexus. Oh, we're the last ones. GG. All right. Honestly, not a terrible FFA, but not what I was necessarily hoping for. I think that much is easy to say. I was definitely looking for something after that Kasuga infestation one. That was highlight. That was peak stuff. If you missed that, I suggest checking that out. Also, welcome back, Vilius, since you said it was you. Shambler getting shambled. What a classic ending. You're right, Jujik. You're right. Unfortunately, I have to choose the Shambler on the prediction. Yeah, nobody hunted the island spawn. Nobody hunted the island spawn. Well, I was thinking about that, Shambler. I am thinking of some changes to Oil Australia. We'll probably do some of that. Yeah, we'll do some Oil Australia changes on stream later on. But for now, we got some other replays to cast. So I'm going to go ahead and get ready to do those. For your entertainment, gentlemen. Let's see. Okay, we have some dirty games we can cast, and by dirty I mean they're kind of wild. They're, I'm assuming anyway, because we're talking about Kasuga versus Doglived, and those guys are, honestly, those guys are kind of wild. So let's give that a show. Give that a shot. Oh wait, there was also Jack versus Doglived. Yeah, let's do that first. Because I was going to cast that series a while ago, and I just haven't done it yet. So we'll go ahead and get ready for that. There's going to be some ZVP action for you guys. Let's pop open this. So these replays are all on Watchpoint, a port of Matchpoint. I believe this is... Yeah, this is before some changes to the map that have been made, but that's okay. We'll take a look at them all the same. All right, in the bottom left of our Matchpoint port Watchpoint, we've got Jack Yelansky. Oh. I actually don't know this color. Is this royal blue? Bedazzled blue. And in the top right, we have Doglived. Yeah, the Japanese Violet. No, Dark Lavender. I always screw his color up the first time. Dark Lavender Protoss. So this is going to be some ZVP. This is actually a rematch of Acropolis 3's Battleman stage, believe it or not. Let's go ahead and start a prediction. Doglived has been a stalwart StarCraft 1 player for a very long time, and now he enjoys Cosmonarchy. We got a Larvosk on the way, and no surprises there. Jack will be going for his one Rillarokor pop to defend or attack an early scout, and a pool coming. Now, I do think that this kind of build order is specifically potentially fragile to what Doglived likes to do. He likes to go for a one-base technical opener timing, where he has like really powerful units in the early game, and he tries to get ahead with that, or at least stay even with that early pressure. I haven't seen too many other legs to his game. That being said, his gateway is done, and I'm not immediately certain what he's going to make in accordance with it. It could be a one-gate expand, in which case this build is totally fine. But if he's going for his usual stuff, I'm going to say something different's going on. With the pool coming and the gas only now restarting, we got that Kagrant pushing the creep, the Kagra, a little bit closer to the expansion. On this map, this is actually really hard to do. So it wouldn't surprise me if Jakulinski can't get up to his usual antics. Grand Library coming is no surprise. That's actually one of the things that allowed Doglived to squeak a win over Jakulinski in Battlement stage, was using Psystorm. Something that I feel like Protoss definitely want to do versus Zerg when they can. And it looks like there will be an expansion. The Hierophant arriving a little bit too late to do anything about that, or slow it. And now, Doglived kind of has to micro his way out of a really rough situation. The Hierophant can escape, but it is going to require a little bit of attention. Now back at home, disengaging, makes an Amaranth. His gateway has been idle after the second Hierophant. It will make a third. Interestingly enough, and straight into Vornath here for Jack. I think he might be trying to barrel into the Lyrilisk. Very powerful unit for the Zerg at the early game. It is going to require one more mutation after the pool finishes morphing right now. So it won't be so easy. He's got to split his focus now, microing 2 units on 2 different fronts. And again, remember, Doglived likes his technical openings with small unit counts, but powerful ones. Amaranth is definitely going to be something that fits the bill. You can see it's just not going to go down to individual Zets. He's going to need to overpower it. And as the Zeth count falls, it's really, really easy for that one. This one actually slips away as well. So the Hierophants, no casualties have been incurred just yet by Doglived. And the Zeth count is, it's starting to fall in favor of Doglived in this early game. The Vorvs are going to come out pretty soon. We got a Matrix in the mineral line. I definitely respect that. Straight into the Sedent. He's already capped this one as well. I wonder what he's planning. So that gives you a lot of extra Vespene, but it does require some resources in order to obtain in the early game. This looks like it could be an overrun situation. Only having a couple of Amaranths is really bad in this spot. And look at that, surrounding one of the fresh health Hierophants as well. Sometimes you only need Zets and Vorvs, guys. The Matrix was canceled as well. Oh, Doglived. He's going to have to use his workers. That's the only way he can bail himself out of this situation. We got more units rallying in. Jack hasn't made workers in a very long time. Equivalent to a Zergling all-in StarCraft 1. He's going to try to tear down the Grand Library. The Vorvs are rending 1 armor, just 1, off this Grand Library, making the Zethar able to attack it even easier. And the Hierophant's going to go down to some stragglers as the Grand Library falls, and the workers may be the next to be targeted. You can go after the Sedin as well. It's very, very not tanky. And GG is going to have to be called here. Doglived simply can't handle it. Well, that one was very fast indeed. I have a feeling the next ones won't be so easy, but that was a situation where Doglived felt like he wasn't quite on the ball with his build order. He didn't apply too much pressure. He got there a little bit too late to make things happen versus the Zerg that was expanding, and then he could not hold when he canceled his static defense. So that was a problem. That was definitely a problem. On that map, you probably also want to try to wall off a little bit there. All right, we're going back into it for game number 2. Doglived in the top right is our Dark Lavender Protoss, and Jakulinski in the bottom left is Smoky Black Zerg. That's a nice little color on them. Ah, he's typed his GLHF sort of backwards. Oh yeah, no, definitely backwards. As the chat reminds you, as the chatbot reminds you, you can support project development for Cosmonarchy using the coffee link in the description box of the Twitch panel. You can also donate to the stream directly. Streamlabs.com/pronogo is the way to go for something like that. I do appreciate the support. We try to earn about $50 a day on these streams. Helps me fund further developments. I has a Diok Jock. What? Remove toss. What's up, dog? I agree. Except I don't. It would be really funny if that was the end of the sentence. He just says, "What do you call a?" and then doesn't say anything. Well, yeah, he's not going to say anything. What kind of psychological warfare is that, Jack? What do you call a you? Colon P. Key he. X n parentheses. Colon D. Well, at least Doglib is having fun too. Maybe at the caster's expense. We'll go ahead and pick out Jack as the winner of that last match, but we can set up a new Gamba on Twitch. You can bet your minerals. You bet your minerals. There's going to be Gamba. Well, with the pool starting up, we are going to see the gateway in the Grand Library, but I will note it feels a lot faster, maybe like 15, 20 seconds faster, actually, very significant. And I do think the Hierophant will be able to make it across the map and maybe contest that expansion. Jack's going to probably build another Kagrant first. We'll see what he wants to do as this pool's about to pop. What is he thinking? Yeah, okay, it is a Kagrant. He's probably going to go for at least double Larvosk. Last game I noticed he went triple Larvosk around the hatch and obviously had his expansion. So he was making 5 larvae every 14 seconds and he was using all of them on units. And that's a cheeky way to fight Doglib because Doglib usually plays a much more aggressive game. So that Hierophant will move across the map, and it looks like it's once again going to be narrowly late to try to stop this expansion attempt. Doglib will go for his own Gateway, Grand Library, Expand, and he's kept thorough unit production, so I don't think he's going to make the same mistake as last game. I would love to see him try to plug this wall a little bit. It's a little bit easier to do so in the new version of the map where it replaces this mineral field with a structure. So it's a little bit more predictable how it's going to work out. Straight into a Hydrith Den this time around, Jack. He does like to change his build order a couple of times when facing players, but I've noticed it kind of depends on who he's fighting. Other times he'll just stick to the same build order, very rote. This time around, not really happening in the same way. Interesting stuff. A Nexus about halfway complete. We've got some Zethicors coming across. They're really only going to attack the Nexus and scout out that there's an expansion. Well, I don't think Jack has much of a career as a stand-up comic, but he did distract Doglib a little bit, right? He typed that as his Zeth started to walk in. Man, maybe Jack was really overtired or something, you know what I mean? Or he just didn't have his daily oil. I don't know. Something weird happened there. I love the animated Side Disruptor. Very cool. Very epic. Shout out DF. Also gave it team color. I think the power generator also didn't have team color before. So very cool there. When you see like an upgrade to an existing graphic that always existed, it does feel really nice. When it's like a subtle upgrade like that. It's like how your brain remembered it after a lot of nostalgia. The nostalgia view. Pretty cool. In fact, that's kind of what I decided early on that I would hope Cosmonarchy turns into, is not really a nostalgia view of Brood War, but something where it feels like you're rediscovering an aspect of Brood War. It's like a whole new world, but still comparable enough to give you those feelings of discovering that which you always knew. Maybe that's a little too poetic, but it's cool. What's up, Mafias? Mafias in the chat. Remove toss. A common feeling, a common refrain in these parts. Zets are all over the place for Jack, scouting out a bunch of the bases. He's going to go ahead and pop one of them on the ramp. This one scouting out the 3 o'clock. This one not quite top left, but that's all right. And it's a technical army here for Doglived, but he's adding a unitary unit as his tier 3. This is a very, like, unit light composition, and Jack, meanwhile, he's made way more workers. He made precisely 20 more workers than the last game at around the same time, maybe a little bit earlier, I guess. The Hierophant could get surrounded. Nice Amaranth just saves it out there by cleaving that Zeth. And this is a temporarily scary position for our Zerg player, but he's going to start making the Teth Zora core. That's what he's rushed to. His Apex strains are not from the pool the way that I thought he was gunning for it last game. He ended up finishing it with Zeth Vorv. Double Unitary is the response. Okay, this has the potential to go very Doglived favorite. If he can get Unars out, he can overwhelm the limited number of Apex tanks that you see being made here right now. I call these Apex strains because they're the highest level of tech you can go to on tier 1 from that branch. So the Apex Assault strains are going to be the Tetzora and the Vithrilisk, which is the Devourer equivalent. Tetzora, of course, a completely new unit. Has the Chad Walk, has Lifesteal. You attack it, it fires back with a projectile within a short range as a retaliation. So it can overwhelm smaller armies, but you can get really good alpha damage if you grab some much-needed Unars here. Now, that's not what Doglived is making. He's making Asilians, which will be pretty good at dealing with everything else, but not very good at dealing with the Tetzora. He actually has very limited, like, straight-up damage here. So it might be a hard ask of him to overwhelm the front line. Now, his Amaranths are attack speed driven. They have that red overlay indicating that they can attack speed a lot more, and that means they will be shield stealing. The Bulwark also helping out a little bit, trying to maybe mass up in that position. Can he overwhelm the Tetzora? Looks like the answer is yes. He's going to try to overwhelm a couple of them. There's only 2 more left, and look at this, the wall of ranged units stopping the rest of the army from getting in. Oh, but he's got more Amaranths that can't quite help out either. It's kind of a melee walling on both sides. We don't really see a focus from Doglived on any one unit, but he does pop a couple more. The Asiliant arrives, scribes are pulled. That's just going to add more lifesteal opportunities to the Tetzora. It does melee splash. Oh, it's an overwhelm. It feels like Jack can maybe overwhelm this position pretty easily, and we're still making Asiliants right now instead of the Unars, despite the money. I think Unar, Architect, both of those could have maybe held this position, but now the Tetzora are splashing all of these units. Slowly they're being overwhelmed. Maybe, just maybe, we got some more units coming in. Honestly, not as many as before. Our Tetzora count is pretty low. We got some Asilians popping in. Were one of them not rallied? Okay, they come on in now, but they're not on an attack move. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise that they're busy dealing with the units that can actually do damage. Jack and Lexi trying to dive onto those Asilians, knowing that they are a higher tech unit. They've got better armor pen. They can definitely help out in this position. And look at that. He tries to remorph right in his face. That's not going to help. And it looks like just barely Doglived holds. Minimal worker casualties. He's actually got a reasonable worker count. And he will stabilize. That looked really scary for a moment. I hope he decides to switch into some Unars. Jack Yelensky is basically making the same composition, but he's taken 9 o'clock during that. So we are going to need to see a move out, and this is way too little Zerg to overwhelm the Amaranth Shield Steal. We even have a Hierophant still, so we can still get that attack speed buff from the Ascension. One Tetzora will finish. It will eventually be brought down, I feel like. It's slowed. He can't get away, so that probably should have been a cancel. And there you go. That's a wrap on that. Artisans are starting to harvest from 12 o'clock. There's a Zethrakor spotting them out, but what can Jack Yelensky really do in this spot? He's got 2 more Tetzors up here, and he's making a couple extra. Unars are being made, so Doglived is realizing pretty much what I was saying. Zealot Amaranth is going to be the front line here, and the Asiliants are trying to do what they can to deal with the Tetzora. They can help bring it down, as you're seeing right now. But I don't know if there's going to be enough firepower left in this technical army to overwhelm things. You see the bouncing happening quite nicely, but eventually the Asiliant will be overwhelmed if it doesn't get out of there. And the Burrow is there to try to stop the vision from being there so they can cleanse the sort of bounce attack. Unfortunately, a couple more units are just on rally here. The Asiliants are full HP. You actually do have to respect them. Doglived winning that fight without even looking. But a couple of casualties, unfortunately. More Grand Libraries I think he recognizes. He wants the Amaranths for sure. Maybe even some Atreus wouldn't hurt. Unars have arrived. He can try to go ahead and take this base down here. Skithrakors have arrived to kill the Artisans. The Harvesters are going to struggle with that position, but it does look like one Skith will not get away, thanks to the Hierophant tagging it. So a Nexus can be put down here, and a bunch of Hydras being made. Now, this switch is kind of scary because the Unars are here to deal with the tanky frontline units, but if you mostly skip those and just make mass Hydra, you can try to overwhelm there, and that's when you need the Asiliant. So you can see it's a bit of a push and pull right now. And Doglived is going to be styling on him in the middle. I don't know about this one, Doglived. I think you might need to control your army here, buddy. You're being Dovan on and you don't even know it. Oh, the split damage, though, is so good. The Asiliant's just standing and fighting. The Unars aren't with them. They can cycle in now. It looks like a lot of those Asilians going down. 3 of them have already fallen. There remain 3. Some of them are already bruised. And the Unars take out the remaining stuff on the flank on that east side. 12 o'clock just had a scuffle with a Zetakor scout being killed. Falling back to the high ground, Jakulenski trying to make things work. He's got more units coming in, including Atreus, like I mentioned, but a lot of these are just Amaranths for the front line, and honestly, that's a brilliant choice. If we can get a couple more Unars and Asilians, we'll take it. Architects would help out as well for laying siege. They have great range. And a Cantavis has also started for Storm, which probably does help out a little bit. Now, I guess we're on like 2.5 bases right now for Doglived, and Jack is on 3 full bases, and thinking about taking 6 o'clock as his 4th. So even though he's going to lose the Skith, did he kill the Scribe? I don't see a corpse anywhere. It looks like it went all the way back home. But we do definitely need a proper base. And now Doglived is going to have to take care of the incoming Zerg units. I think he has some tools, but where are his melee units? Where are his frontline units? Okay, some of his units are coming up to try to reinforce, but he needs to cycle back these units on the front, including a Unar that can get focused down so easily. It looks like instead maybe the Asilians are the main targets, which I guess I can't argue with. They are doing a ton of split damage. Oh, it looks so close for both sides, but it does look like the Protoss army is going to stay alive there. Only a couple of Asilians falling as far as the expensive technical units go, and the front line on the melee side is working out wonders. I think Jack was kind of experimenting with the Tethvith, and it turns out the results are a little bit mixed. Maybe the people in chat saying to remove Toss were right. It's right about now. Dogliv does look to be in pole position, at least in a position of power. There is no detection, but he has embassies to make it. So even though there's a bunch of Lakes coming, the Zorkish Shroud is on the front line as well. Neblime would crucify Jakulenski for building this here. We've got a Storm as well, a couple Stormers. Clearing out some of the Drolettes, they get evacuated. Man, I don't think this is going to work out here for Jack. He's going to do his best. As soon as Doglived realizes where the Lakes are coming from, he is going to be able to clear them. He might even just do it incidentally, yeah. Like, he's just going to walk up and then attack move, surely, yep. And that is going to be it for this position. Not only that, but that's going to be it for the Zorkish Shroud. He's storming anywhere, any old place. Maybe it's over there. What's a sneaky spot? He might have done it. Still no witnesses coming for Doglived, but again, he doesn't really need it. GG is called! And we have ourselves a 1-1 set so far with 2 more games to go, I believe. Indeed. Well, that's exciting. We get to see a little bit of success out of the Protoss. And honestly, part of it was that Jack went for a really weird composition, but let's see if Doglived can sustain that success over time. That's what I want to see from here. Remove Zerg. But then you would only have TVT. Dog, think about what you're saying. Oh, what's up, Kasuga? Welcome. Welcome on Twitch. You were on YouTube earlier. Welcome on Twitch now. We're going to get straight into the next round of play here. There is, of course, a Gamba up on Twitch. Also, drop a follow on the stream if you're not already. We are looking for more followers, more numbers. Number go up, make brain go up as well. You know what I mean? So it is appreciated. It is appreciated. Jakulenski in the top right. He is our Coral Zerg player. And Doglived in the bottom left, our Dark Lavender Protoss. Once again, we are in Watch Point. All of these games are in Watch Point, but this time we have cross spawns, so different spawns, flipped spawn. What? I don't know what Jakulenski's talking about, honestly, and I don't think Doglived knows either. Yeah, Jack really was on a silly mode. LMAO is right, buddy. A red duck. There you go. That's the expert analysis from Jakulenski here. I feel like these are all very fast games. Even that last one, which we did get to see to some, ascend to some scale, where it was like sort of 3 bases on both sides. The Artisans kind of count as that. And I think he was setting up 3 o'clock as well. Obviously, Jack had 9. But Doglived versus Jack, they're both very happy to throw down in the early game. So I do expect things to be pretty wild in that way. And there it is. Grand Library start again. Dialed in build a little bit more. Good to see Doglived doing that. And it looks like we have a... Wow. Okay. So Jack is so certain that the first unit timing is going to be late for Doglived. He's adapting to his opponent by going triple Larvosk in the early game. I think that's what's happening here. That's why he's got 4 workers on Vespene. Gonna wait for that 125, and then he'll go for it. Although he is gonna need a little bit more Mineralis first. There you go. So it's triple Larvosk before Techno. This is a very greedy build, and I feel like Jack will overrun like game 1, or he'll be punished for it. And Doglift has not been scouting, even with his Hierophant. So this is actually a really prescient play. Prescient, I guess is how you actually pronounce it. Prescient play from Jack Yelansky. So much so that I'm going to go ahead and, if I were a betting person, I would definitely take Mr. Jack Yelansky here. I would go for that. Now the pool is coming. Nexus is coming. Doglift probably feels like he's the one cutting corners and being a little bit greedy, but actually it's Jack. Zerg, always more greedy than the other player. Always has the ability to, anyway. We'll see if he even bothers taking an expansion here, because I really do think it's just going to end with a pool. Oh, he's actually sending out a Droleth, and that's not for a scout, so I guess he is going to take an Expo. Guarding the ramp. Hierophant Amaranth. It's a composition that does carry its own weight, for sure. Jack just has really row cores, and that's it. Acherosk starting. Slowly assembling a Quaz army. Like, if Doglived arrived on his doorstep right now, he'd have to cancel the hatch. He would be in some trouble. But because Doglived is slow to scale up his army, he's expanding kind of early. Reasonable timing, I guess, but it's behind a technical opener. It does mean that Jack has this advantage where he can kind of go for this now. He's stacking up enough Quaz. He could kind of withstand an assault, even if Doglived was in his base with all of the units right now. The Quaz count is high enough, and it's growing, that it really doesn't feel like it's going to be quite enough here. Now, if we see the Vornath pop up pretty soon here for Jack, we know he's serious about this. We know he's really going for it, just like in game 1. And that did work for Jack. It did end up getting rid of Doglift. We'll see if we can do it again. Quaz moving forward as the hatch pops. Both players kind of no rush, 5 minutes at least. Or maybe only 4, as Jack is already starting to leave the building with mass Quaz. And I wouldn't be surprised if he reinforces with a whole buttload of Zeths. Because once he does that, he can turn them into Vorvs, and he can just use the Quaz in the forward position of the map as a staging point for that. He'll busy his Quaz by attacking the Disruptor in the middle of the map. Slowly making a couple more workers as well. Maybe he'll only make the Zeths once the pool finishes. Or maybe this is a wild rushed straight to the lake, and he's going to do it based on that. That's a possibility as well, since he made so many Quaz, but I guess we'll find out pretty soon here. Yeah, he's doing it. I think for sure. Yeah, there it is. The lake coming. Now, it did get a little bit more expensive, but he did mine up the same amount of resources he would need actually to do it more or less. It's not that different. So he had the gas on hand. It was 200, 100 on this patch, I think, and it's 200, 200 now. So, you know, it equates to like, what, 4 less Lyrilisks in the early game? Which maybe is actually going to be consequential here in the fight. We'll try to shadowbox that. The Unitary Union and the Asilience that it's going to make are going to come way too late, I think. The Lyrilisks are going to be on the way soon. And, I mean, Jack's either going to win or he's going to lose, I think, off of the first push. Although maybe if he loses his army, it's not that bad. It depends on how much damage he does to Dogliv's forces. And 14 Lyrilisks are on the way. Thanks, Jack. Appreciate it. I feel like, you know, Doglived is a dad. Dad lived. So he probably just thinks he's talking to one of his kids, you know? He's like, that sure is funny. Kid? Son? Ixgnalukaj. There you go. That's how you pronounce Jack Yelansky's name backwards. The Lyrilisks are going to bear down on this army on the front, but there is a drop coming in with 6 of them from the main base, earmarked for the main base. And honestly, Right now, Dogliv's army does seem to be doing pretty well in this position. I love that he's kind of dialing back. And you're going to see the Lyrilisks go after that. The drop still hasn't actually happened. Although 3 o'clock is being taken, this army is dead. And he didn't really do that much damage either. There's one Matrix. He is going to need to dial back with the Hierophants, I think. The Lyrilisks will overwhelm this position. So let's see how much damage is actually being dealt here. But Jack lost his whole army. Oh, he's just going to leave. Or maybe dial back further away from the Matrix. I'm not quite sure. You can see the immediate transfer of workers. The Matrix does end up going down. And the army is going to burst into action. You can see him go after the Unitary. There is an Assylian with the army as well. He's got a couple more coming. Kind of tagging the Ovaleth right now, which isn't really where they want to be. Well, would you look at that? I can't believe it, but the Lyrilusk rush did not work. At least not yet. I mean, the army looks really scary for Doglived as well. I know that there's a ton of units out, but a lot of these are brood spawn. Zorka's Shroud is starting. He's making a lot more Lyrilisks. Maybe he can do something here. He's only killed, what, like 2 workers? Yeah. These 2 workers, and then I don't even think there was one that died over here earlier, so that was it. All of that for 2 workers and, like, a Hierophant, an Amaranth. So, he's making a lot of Orvs, but there's already Assylians out, although they're not with the army. That's a critical miss right now from Doglived. He needs to grab these 2 Assylians and escort them. If he gets all 3 Assylians in one spot, and he can defend them from the Zerg encroachment, that can be a really big swing. Now, Jack's going to lose the 3 o'clock position. I guess that would be another argument for keeping the Assylians at home, is that maybe you're worried about the crunch there. He needs to dial back immediately. If this Assylian goes down, his odds of being able to make something happen here are going to be much less significant, and it gets surrounded immediately. The Amaranths are going to get closed in on, and these Assylians are all back here. It's a disaster with the army movement. This fight won't look initially too bad for Doglived, but as the Vorps start to descend and really wreck the armor, that's really where I think the Amaranths start to fall down. And so the Assylians are going to have to double back. If he stacks up enough of those, it can be game over. And Doglived has so much money as well. His Xenolith is finished, but he can't quite recall to get his army out in time. Requires a little bit more going on there. Oh my god, these Assylians are so close to death. You can see Jack trying to see if he can overwhelm and click him down. Only now does he get there. The other Assylians are going to stand and fight, and that will help out. As long as one Assylian is within range, the bounces will continue. Actually busting this position is going to be difficult, I think, for Jack, but let's find out. Maybe I'm wrong about that, because Doglived is only now really making more units. He's only got the 4 Assylians. He's going to dive onto them, and with the armor rend, it helps the Lyrilisks clear him out, and there was no micro back from Doglived. He just ends up losing damn near everything, with many more Zerg units where that came from. He did at some point reset his army, but it didn't look like he spent his money very well. GG is going to have to be called after that one, and honestly, I felt like Jack was really close to losing that. And that will be a Jack victory. 2-1 so far. We've got one more match. Doglived has the opportunity to strike back, but it looks a bit dire for him. I get it now. Remove whoever loses. Makes sense. Makes sense. Back at it again with our final game between these 2 players. Jack versus Doglived. Let's see who ends up winning. We've got, in the bottom left, Jack Yelansky, who is typing absolute gibberish now. He's totally given up. He is our Cyan Zerg. And in the top right, we have our Dark Lavender Protoss, Dog. Back in their spawns from the first 2 games. Although Jack is using a different username now, but that is the same username. That's his Discord username, I think. If you try to donate that text-to-speech to Artosis casts, it will say, like, subscript symbol, subscript symbol, subscript symbol, or whatever. So just enjoy that. Or subsection, maybe. I think that's what it is. One of the funniest Artosis videos that I ever saw was when he was reacting to his own stream and yelling really loudly at the camera, "Skip the dono! Skip it, asshole!" to himself. Because as a viewer, he couldn't tolerate it, but he somehow tuned it out as the actual streamer. And honestly, that really was just, that was peak absurdism. I don't know why that got me so much, but I remember that very fondly. We have a 2-gate out of Dog-Lived, and it will be a more normal pool opening after the Larvosk for our Jack. So I guess that's interesting. We already have a little bit of a difference between the last games. I guess this is more like game 1 for Jack, but looks a bit different here for Dog-Lived already. I'm interested in what he wants to do. First game, it was a little bit slow to start with the build order. Yeah, there you go. There you go, Top Ramen. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Hey, shout out to all of the prize pool donors, actually, for our prize purse for the next show match. If you guys are curious about the next show match, it will be held in about 2 weeks' time. It'll be the 29th of August on Friday. It's featuring Zeki as Zerg, Wolfix as Terran, and we're waiting to hear back from Oyaji, known by some Swedish Protoss. He already featured in one show match before. If he does not show up, we'll extend the invitation to Bonath and DeWalt, who are already also locked in for a separate show match later, or maybe a different Protoss entirely. We'll see. But yeah, still waiting on that. And what else do we have? Show match number 4 was actually originally going to be DeWalt versus Bonath. It's still happening, but now it's show match number 5, and instead we have a StarCraft 2 player show match as show match number 4. It's going to be happening on September 6th at around 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll be streaming that to you live. That's a Saturday. And that's going to be a good time for sure. The players there are locked in right now as... Let me get his name right here. I don't want to mispronounce it. Han Mono as Terran. Oh my god, a proxy Larvosk spreading Kagra. That's not what I expected, by the way, but... I don't know. I don't think that's going to be quite enough, honestly. Oh shit, we just got remove Viscosi. Don't say that, Neutschern. We just got 3 by Biddy Bee. Hell yeah, brother. That's probably for the prize pool if I had to guess, but I'll take a look at it in a moment after the game. But Han Mono as Terran, Trigger as Protoss, and Young Yakob. Is that how you say his name? No, Young Yakov, excuse me, as Zerg. So that'll be a StarCraft 2 player show match. So we got a lot of show matches booked already, and we're still building up some more. Now the Ovaleth has arrived and sees a more normal-looking set of Protoss units, but that would feel really weird to me if I saw my opponent just fly his Ovaleth in. Indeed, it's going to force the trigger to, pull the trigger to move forward. Dog-Lived is going to charge forward, and now it's Jack's job just to stay alive because he's making a Lakizalisk on the front line inside, behind enemy lines, really. Dude, how is Dog-Lived not seeing the Kagra? No way, bro. There's no way. I mean, this could be base race territory. Like, what does he even have at home? An Ecclesiast leaving? Here we go. What are you going to do, Dog-Lived? He's like, it's a drop. And then he looks over here. It's a proxy? My god, man. Shuts down the mining immediately. Units are going to be scrambled here to deal with the few units that are here. There's a Zorius and a couple more Zets finishing. Meanwhile, the front gates are dying. Jack Jelensky was not microing his Lakis on the front line, and so you stood on top of it to reveal it, and Dog-Lived dives forward. It's a legit base race, but maybe not, as that lake is well, it's being attacked right now. The Vassal could be turned around to shoot the units that can't shoot up. We got more Zets coming. Whose base is going to die first? We have more units finishing up over here, including a Lakis and a Zorius. This could be problematic, as Dog-Lived is going to have to split his micro to deal with that. Oh, he's attacking the Zorius. That's the bad idea. It's just going to make more Rilla Road Cores. This just got a whole lot harder to predict. Almost all the units are dead. Now he's finally going to deal with that Lakis. He's got more units being gestated back at home, but I think Jack Jelensky, he's closer to demise. He just needs to focus down this Hacharosk, and he's gone. But look at all that's left. Oh, is the Lakis actually dead? It died. The Lakis died. Jack Jelensky can't finish it. There's no way. No way, Jose. See you later, Jack. You absolutely absurd person. You wild creature. You have done what I thought was the impossible. You pulled off an impressive-looking proxy Larvosk, and for that I commend you. But Dog-Lived, he stayed alive. What a wild game. All right, well, that was a wild one. I was caught in a bit of a monologue talking to you guys about how we got some show matches coming. I didn't think much of anything was going to come from that match, but hey, here we are. talking our smack. Let's take a look at what was sent in our way by Biddy B. $33 towards the show match goal. Okay, all right. So, guys, we were at 120 after what Neblime sent in. We're now at 153. So, minimum is 17 more bucks. I guess you could say round up and say 20 because of fees or whatever. But we are looking for a little bit more than that to cover those aforementioned fees. But yeah, we really just need about another 20 or so, and we'll have the show match funded. I wanted to take a look at everybody who had donated because I've kept a record. We had Knight of the Realm for $25. We then had Alexander for $15. We had Top Ramen for $30. And that put us at our $70 amount. Then today we had Neblime for $50. And now Biddy B for $33. And that's pretty epic. 3Crow did donate to the last ones. Accidental shout out for 3Crow. But yeah, that brings us to 153 total. We're pretty close to our goal at this point. Just about locked up. And then any further donations towards prize pools will be earmarked for the next show match after. So very cool stuff. And it is appreciated. Definitely will keep them coming. And at this point, we got more pros interested than we have slots for show matches. If the funding was like scaled up by 2x, we could probably run way more show matches as a result. Not to put any pressure on anybody, I'm just sort of speaking facts. You guys know what I mean? It's just kind of how it is. Oh yeah, and Trigger's in the Discord server now. So we actually have all the StarCraft 2 pros already locked in for our show match on September 6th. I'll also remind our Class 1 and Class 2 players that we do have invites for our next qualifier open for Acropolis 4. It's going to be single elimination best of 5, and the winner qualifies into the Battlement stage, so that's going to be sick. We will be streaming that, of course. Streaming game coverage of that. I'll give you guys some more details on that later on, but it will be starting... It'll be running from the 23rd of August to the 29th of August, leading up to our show match. With Zeke, Wolfix, and Oya or some other Protoss, depending on confirmation there. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pop into the replay mega thread and grab myself some ZVTs between Newt and... Let's see. Wait, where is the... Shambler set. Oh, Newt versus Shambler TVZ. It is, Oh, wait, no, this is... TVR. He was Zerg, Terran, and Protoss. Okay, that's interesting. He's playing random just to practice all of the things that he can practice. All right, we got a 3-game set here between Newt and the Shambler that we're going to cast, and that will probably be the last thing that we cast today. We'll be moving into development after that. But this is a 3-game set, and... Judging by the replay size, we're probably going to be here for at least a half an hour. So, you guys are fancying that much casting left? You guys have a little bit more in the tank you want to check out? You going to watch out? Or I do appreciate people hanging out and talking some smack and gambling on the Twitch channel and all that stuff. We have Newt, and he is our Terran player. And then we have... Looks like first game was Zerg for... the Shambler. Just setting up the overlay for our next cast and getting ready to pop into that version of the game as well. Shamba. Yeah, Mafios was saying that his favorite, he's Shambler's biggest fan. Well, Mafios can watch Shambler show him how it's done, I guess. We're also going to a Shambler map, home field advantage. We'll get another look at Bulwark, which is a map that does seem very cramped. Maybe it's something that we can take a look at nonetheless. Also, guys, there are so many replays being uploaded these days, which I really do appreciate. Keep them coming. But we do not have enough time in the day to cast all the games that exist in the universe, so it's going to be a good time nonetheless. The Shambler is actually rocking Terran versus Terran here. That's interesting. So he said ZTP, but I guess his order is incorrect. So the Shambler is our white Terran in the bottom right, and Newt is in the top left as dark olive? Dark bronze. Dark bronze, okay. This actually looks very similar to another game that they played that was TVT. They played a couple of games of TVT, and Shambler kind of threw away a lot of stuff. So I wonder if maybe I scrolled back too far in the list and it wasn't... It was definitely different games that I clicked on, so I don't know. But anyway, we got Nuke going Fulcrum over here, and we got Stockade coming for Shambler. He likes his bio in TVT. If this looks very much like a game that I've seen before, I will double-check the replay, because it could be that he got himself confused. But we'll go ahead and update our overlay regardless. Can't have an incorrect overlay. Nothing. I have no main, just as I have no name. So the Fulcrum is indeed coming up here. Mech play. Gotta do double Stockade. And Shambler is playing best of 9 of best of 9s, all possible matchups of versus Nebula. So, yeah, BO9, BO9. Shambler says he doesn't remember submitting another Terran match. I don't know what that means. Does that mean that this is a correct replay to be watching, or should I not be watching this replay, Shambler? You must be more specific in chat. Chat blur. Type blur. No, this looks exactly like the chat that was in another game, so I guess this is another game. So, or the same game, rather. So, let's see. Yeah, this is another TVT. Yeah, he uploaded the wrong set of replays, I think. I'll double check that I was looking at the right one. Switch back to my mug for a moment. Oh, there was only one replay uploaded in this set. So I did definitely scroll back way too much. I was like, damn, there's a lot of replays that got uploaded. Okay. All good. We have identified the culprit. So it looks like there's only one game and not many, which means we might cast another replay after this, depending on how long this one is. Oh, this is also a different map. Cool, we get to see a different one. Let's go. Straight back into it. The Shambler in the top left. Newt in the bottom right. Newt is our green Terran. The Shambler is our Russian green Zerg. And we are on Virgil's Ladder, an Ashworld map. This will be an interesting one to take a look at, because I don't think I've actually seen a game on this one before. I'm glad Shopkeeper Dog knows just by looking at it, too. I'm not the only one who's like, yeah, you casted this already. Much appreciated, sir. Much appreciated. We'll take the scores off the image because of the fact that this is indeed just a best of 1, right? There's no scoring here. And we do have a Fulcrum coming, despite it being a bio start, or a Zerg start. So I'm kind of interested about that, because I feel like Zerg is definitely a race that you can go bio in, and I know Newt likes his bio, but I guess Newt likes to be flexible. He likes to play a bunch of styles. He did go bio in Acropolis 1, which is the last Acropolis he participated in. So it'll be interesting to see him participate in Acropolis 4. He's already signed up for the Tribunal of Tyranny, our next qualifier. Looks like we get a chance to take a look at the map a little bit more now that the scouting has been done. We've got Larvosk, we've got Pool. A lot of Zergs don't like scouting with the Droleth, but I think at this level it doesn't matter that much yet. That's something that like the pros will probably figure out a little bit more. Maybe, though. Maybe. I don't know. I'm of two minds when it comes to the pro involvement, because I do feel like their base mechanics and a lot of their like habits are going to be really defining. Oh, okay. Newt wants to go Fulcrum into Starpad. Interesting. A lot of their habits and a lot of their instincts are going to be very defining and very foreign to some of our more homegrown players. Same things that kind of separate them from the low S rank, A rank, high B rank players in Remastered, for example. When they apply them to Cosmonarchy after learning some lessons, they're definitely going to show some differences. The Vulture comes in. It's going to get a mine hit. Oh, that's a big one. Oh, he stuns himself, so that's a little bit unfortunate. But a little bit of lost mining time never hurt nobody. Oh my god. Wow, that's a lot of lost mining time. Newt is a funny character. Back when I distinctly remember him really trying heavily to play mines against me and against other players in their mineral lines just to stun them and slow them down, like Oracle Stasis Ward shit from Starcraft 2. It's really funny because I don't think it matters that much. It's not the same thing as killing a worker, that's for sure. But he really does like it. Yeah. Shambler. More like... Oh, wait. That's Alexander's line. So Wraiths are out. Vultures are out. The Quads are coming. Vultures will hold them off at the pass just fine. There's also mines here. The Wraiths will be negated by Burrow, but they could still go after the Larvosks. It really depends on how many Wraiths move out. Neblim's thought process on this is you make as many as can be made before your opponent scouts them, and then you attack all at once. Unless you hit some kind of critical mass that you've predetermined in your head feels right. But, like, if you're expecting to be scouted, make them anyway, and then when they get scouted, then go. Because if they haven't prepared anti-air, that's when they're going to start getting hit. But it's these smaller numbers that can be dealt with earlier on. Now, a Cyclops is here. Another one is coming. Vultures are going to go ahead and heckle things. The Wraiths come back just in case they're needed, and a Stockade is added for presumably Vestriadon so he can go for the Shaman. He'll actually need a Trojan to deal with them, funnily enough. Quads go ahead and burrow. Some Zethicors are out on the way. Shambler a very low worker count right now, and he is going for his Vornath. Also, he hasn't quite noticed, judging by his camera position, I don't think he's clocked that the Wraiths are there. But let's see. When does he see it? No, he still doesn't see it. I don't know how good his minimap awareness is. But I know that Newt feels like he's been seen because one of his Wraiths got attacked. Maybe Shambler has already noticed that, and maybe I didn't notice when they first attacked. But yeah, he definitely notices now. So this is an opportunity where one Wraith is going to go down just for free. I feel like Newt's almost self-defeating right now. He's got a big mineral bank. He hasn't started a ministry. He's not adding more stockades or anything. His Quads are going to go down. I don't know if I like this position here. There's a lot of units that the ground army normally would be able to deal with pretty handily, but because there's been so much cut for Wraiths, doesn't seem like it's going to work out. I know Newt feels that Wraiths are central to his ability to enjoy the game, but I can't help but wonder if maybe there's a little bit missing here. Now, it doesn't go for an Anciel at some point. He's going to add the Vestry. He can go for a Shaman and deploy it on the hill and then still be able to see down there with some Shaman, vision range. And it does detect when it's deployed. Sprites have been added all over the place. Straining Shambler's already low worker count. Stockade, Ministry, and Stockade. Okay, so we are seeing a bit of a bio transition here. Where he's just using the Fulcrum for Cyclops. Bit of a... I guess you could call it like a stand-in. He's using it as an opportunity to get a little bit further into the game and then see where he goes from there. I hate this Shaman thing. The Shaman Wraith combo, you mean? Oh, he's doing it so that he can heal the Wraiths between attacks. That used to be something you did a lot more often in the year 1 and year 2. It was Mystery Meat doing that kind of move. He showed it to Newt at some point. Newt was like, damn, that's really good. And then he decided to do it. Now there's a lot more anti-air options. So this kind of Wraith stack thing, it's not without its purpose or possibilities, but it's definitely... let's just say it has a limited shelf life. I do love seeing those strats from the early days come back in, but... Shambler jousting right now. He's adding more workers to his queue. He's definitely evened out in that respect. But he has been behind economically for a very long time. Looks like a missed liftoff there. Adding more Mavericks. More Wraiths are continuing to be added. Hey, it's me, Throku. Thrioku. I don't know why I said Throku. I guess because I read Shopkeeper Dog say throw. Oh, no! Speaking of throw, the mines. Veek has arrived. The crows assemble. Just in time to see a mass wraith situation. The mine stunning his own units is really funny. The Ministry took a lot of damage from Quaz of all things. There's a lot more anti-air coming up. So the wraiths are basically dealt with even without the Kalkir Lake. Shambler doesn't even need to bother with that. Ant-seals come up. And Shambler just allows his whole army to get cleared. Okay. I guess that's fine. He is Zerg. Yes, sir, Mafius will be doing some development after this. I'll be working on some extension to weapons dat, just some hooks for that so that we can do that later. I'll also be working on some mapping, and I'm going to take some remastered ramps and port them into Cosmonarchy, which is going to be a funny process. I haven't done that before. But it's required for the like sideways and up and down ramps for one of the tile sets. We need that for the knockout port, since that's an ASL map that really largely revolves around having ramps that are like that. A shaman has been found in the middle of the map by a single Quaz. A wraith is dispatched. I guess Shambler doesn't have that many units, but he is making a ton, and I mean a ton of Quaz. He's also making the Agroleth, a new construction unit. Pretty epic. Wraith's canvas along with the Antseal. No mines being laid just yet, and honestly, maybe that's a buff for Newt, but versus the Vorvs, I think he honestly really needs them. He's going to cycle in and see that many units. He's going to say, okay, let's see if he can make it happen. Mav's not being stimmed is maybe also a bit of a problem here. Like, it's a formidable choke point. He's actually going to take away some of the choke when he kills this hatch. And he's not even going to kill the hatch, which I don't know which is worse. His Mavs still aren't stimmed. Now we go. It's going to be really, really hard for Shambler to push through this. Antseal is protecting against all the spray shots, but a lot of its abilities are being choked up. The Agrolith is tanky, but it's not very good damage-wise. It's a builder unit. Not really meant as a hive defense. It's going to get bopped pretty early. I guess it's like a budget Zorius that costs gas. Oh no! The Cyclops! The Cyclops splash damage killed all of the Wraiths! Newt flew too close to the sun in a big way, man. He still ends up clearing the ground army. So Shambler, not out of the woods yet, but he's making 12 Hydras. And the reinforcements from Newt are all the way back at the main base with 2k mineral float. I don't think he's going to take this game right here and now, but he could try to stabilize into another position. Did a lot of damage, cleared some of the hatch. What do we got? We only have 5 larva production right now, so it's not the be-all, end-all. He spends his bank on an Atlas. That's some of the worst stuff that I think you could do in this position, though. If you were in a spot where you just floated a ton of money and you lost your whole army and your enemy has an army, you don't want to spend it on tier 2. It's a huge gamble just to think that maybe my opponent won't immediately attack me. You need to spend it on remaxing your army as soon as possible. And now we see all this production coming up. And of course, the extra base. Slightly off-center. Slightly askew. Things are not quite aligned for Newt's victory. Yeah, the Agroleth was, again, it's not great even durability. It's very expensive for what it provides you as a military unit because it's a infrastructure unit. But Shambler decided to use it, and Newt kind of flew into his own explosions. Just like the mines earlier, I love to say that Terrans get hoisted by their own petard. That's very, very, that's something that's very satisfying for me to say. I don't think I say it once per stream, but it does come up very often where Terrans are concerned. I've never used it in the context of Cyclops, but that one definitely fits. Especially after the mine self-stuns earlier that were mostly just kind of cosmetic. They didn't really do a lot of damage or anything. Good denial of a 4th base here. Shambler not going to be able to secure that just yet. And the Wraiths are going to arrive. I can't believe Newt even bothered remaking them, honestly. He lost so many. I think at that point you cut your losses. But he has his extra base. He's going to need 3 workers on those gas nodes for sure, for sure. For real, for real. 1 Quaz guarding to see if there's a 4th base being taken. This map does, again, feel very cramped for ground. You kind of have to take this weird path down here and then go up, and it's... I guess you could probably have built your production structures over here, though, so there's probably some adjustments that could be done there. Zerg has mostly turned their Bactals, or their Hydras into Bactals, so they don't actually have anti-armor, but they are going to wipe the bio, right? And so we don't actually have any... we don't have a Palladium, we don't have any Phalanx, and Newt is just going to try to scream up the tech tree to tier 2. This is a gamble, right? This is a risk, and he did end up floating a ton of money in the process before, during his attack and stuff. Had all hands on deck for the micro. And the Wraiths are going to get absolutely shot out of the sky. The bounce attack's working wonders. A couple of them staying alive. Clerics will try to add a little bit of armor here to any units that are affected by the cleric heal, but it's very minor, right? And the Mavericks are going to start falling. Maybe if Newt dove onto the ramp, it would have been a different story, because the Bactyl bounces only bounce for as long as they travel a certain amount of distance. If you get right on top of them, they don't bounce at all. But that's a wipe of the army, and he's going to have to lift this Ministry to get those Masons out of dodge. One thing that you can do as Terran, and people probably should do a little bit more, in this situation, it's fine to manually order the workers, because you're probably not retaking that ground anytime soon. But I see StarCraft 1 pros do this all the time when they're attacked by a fleeting force that they can clear out, is they just lift the Ministry or the command center in StarCraft 1, and that's all. The Masons will automatically move back to the nearest return rate, right? Now, the Ant Seals are immediately drained. They've got some Hurricanes coming in. It feels too little too late right now. He's also adding Madcaps. Okay, those can form a little bit better. Remember, they've got the 1 armor, so Bactyl bounces do deal a little bit less to them. The Shaman doing overtime work right now, along with the Ant Seals, to try to stand against this. But if you're trying to fight Bactyls from a range, you need to do it with artillery. Something with splash, something with high damage, and the Madcaps just aren't it right now. Maybe if it was a 10 sender, it would be a different story, but we can see that's not the case. He might still be okay in this position, but he's down back to 2 bases. Shambler's taken his 4th. He's not saturated it just yet, but he's adding a lot more frontline production. The Ministry serving to absorb some of the pressure, but then it just bounces onto the backline units. And yeah, again, he's got more units coming out of those captaincies, but it's piecemeal. And Shambler's kind of like AI attacking him right now with just the leftover units, and it's still causing a lot of consternation. It looks like Newt is about to crumble. We'll see if he can try to mount some kind of defense, but he's making a lot of Shamans. He wants to just overwhelm the bounce count. This is a tactic I've seen Terrans do versus Lyrilisks in the early game. It can work versus Bactyls. In some ways, it works better versus them, because if you have armored units you're healing, then you're negating a lot more damage. But the actual strength of the army, the firepower of the army, very underwhelming right now. More resources have been put into sustain. We'll see if they can make it happen. Bactyls being mutated directly on the front lines. Capping the gas. No Drollets yet for that 4th base, but maybe Shambler doesn't need it. As he tries to descend upon the Bio Army, will he crack them open? I feel like the answer is probably a yes. The Shaman's doing their best, but the Antseal shields are draining, and that's going to allow the overwhelming damage to overpower the healing. Not enough Antseals were made. If he had made those instead of Wraiths in that mid-switch after, maybe there was a chance he could stall out a little bit longer, but he just doesn't have the firepower, man, and just doesn't have the money either. And now it's a wrap. Nothing left here for Newt, it feels like. We got multiple ministries burning and floating. If that wasn't a sign of the times, I don't know what is. 25 workers at 15 minutes. Newt is out. At least we get to watch a little cinematic ending here, but this looks like this is a wrap. This is a wrap. Ladies and gentlemen, the Madcaps are fully charged, but the Bactyls are innumerous, and Shambler is expanding on the front line as the last of his opponent's military begins to fall. He's trying to stack up the Madcaps. He's trying to cope. I still remember Hupsea. God rest his soul. He's still alive, but he's not... He's not active in our community anymore. Newt rejoined us. Maybe Hupsea will too. But Hupsea did one time say, when watching Shambler hold on for dear life, that that basically Shambler was coping when he was like refusing to GG and refusing to leave. The shoe's on the other foot now. Shambler knows what it's like. Not that he didn't before, but you know how it goes. All right, lads, that was a fine replay, a fine match of ZVT there. Newt not able to take it at the end of the day. Shambler number 1, according to Mafios. A bold stance. Whoever bet on Newt, unfortunately, just lost some money. The minerals have been spent, and then you forgot to cancel the ministry or something. I don't know what the analogy is there. Do we have another replay that we could go for, I wonder? It doesn't look like there's a short one that I can grab just yet. Yeah, I think we might just leave that there. I actually have not eaten much today at all. I had a very small snack, so I think we're going to go ahead and call the stream break around here. This is about as long as I would normally cast anyway. Actually, this is more than that. This is almost 2.5 hours of casting. So we're going to go to a break. I'm going to go ahead and prepare some food for myself. I'll be about 10 minutes to do so and enjoy some of it. And then when we're back, we'll be doing some development. As mentioned, development today will contain ramp ports and some mapping updates. And then, of course, the programming tasks that I mentioned. If you want to support the stream, streamlabs.com/Pronogo. You want to support the game, coffee.com/Pronogo and Veek7. Those links are in the description of the YouTube VOD. And of course, the Twitch panels down below. I appreciate all the support. We've nearly raised our goal, by the way. Not unrelated to the daily support for the stream and the game support and stuff. We've nearly raised our goal for the show match. We just need about 20 more bucks and then we'll be good to go. So you can also donate towards that if you like. Just let me know what's going on. And feel free to keep chatting while I'm gone about balance and all those things. I know I locked your thread considering future changes. Nobody can balance wine in a thread anymore. Well, you can do so here if you want. But that's a wrap. I'll be back. Alrighty, alrighty. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are back. I do love this discussion that has continued on in my absence. Classic move, classic move. I do also have food. It's a yogurt bowl. I am interested in seeing what Zergs will end up doing with the Agrolith. I feel like the Agrolith to me seems like a unit that is almost a what do you call it? It kind of feels like maybe a bit of a Dog would call it a fake unit. Dog would call it a fake unit. That's kind of how I feel about it. Sort of like the Ogun, maybe the Autocourt. Like, they're new, they're interesting. There was a period of time where they were really, really strong, at least for the Agrolith. Anyway, just something interesting that I thought. All right. I'll allocate some more replays in a little bit. Oh, do we have an XD? Shout out Lundier for this XD. It's brilliant. I really do appreciate that XD. That's a really good one. I think we're good to delete these files. Yep. Sure I have all the right ones. So our first stated goal today is our first stated goal today is going to be related to the ramp ports. So let's see if we can start with the north ramp. Oh yeah, outposting is definitely something that it would be nice to encourage over time. It would be really cool. We'll see if that happens more, Shambler. It would be, I think, quite thematic and something that you sometimes will see in StarCraft 1 matchups. I can't really tell if you see it too often in StarCraft 2, but I feel like no. Because armies just kind of sweep through things too fast, usually. Lucy trying to play World of Warcraft. Okay. So luckily we can we can pretty easily change some of this stuff up. So let's go ahead and merge these layers. Oop. Cut, and this will be back over. Now, what we need to do to compare to this is materials. Needs to be more expensive. Unrelated to the balance concerns of the range for the Savant, since that's still discussion right now, I was thinking keeping the penetration on the Savant. I was thinking about keeping the penetration in their deployed mode, dropping their range, and the reason why I think that would work is because it would kind of bias the unit a little bit more towards... Its different modes would do similar things, but it would require a little bit more support from armor ends and the like to maximally drain like Ultra Cores and Tetsura Cores and some of the Protoss front lines like the Herald and the Zealot and the Amaranth. I gotta look something up in a moment. All right, well, StarCraft 2 player Milky Cow is now part of the server. Dude, how are we going to accommodate all these pro players? How are we going to accommodate them all? There's too many pro players that want to play. I'm suffering from success over here. Yeah, IoT. I'll answer your question in a sec, V. I just want to finish my thought about the Savant. I don't know any of these SE2 gamers. Well, I also reached out to Euthermal and Clem, who are a bit more well-known. Waiting on to hear a response from them. So, the reason why, Dog, I think it wouldn't be worse version of Pre-Siege Savant is because the armor pen would let them steal attack speed from multiple units at once, Or sorry, not the armor. Well, the armor pen would, but if they were a penetrating shot. Exactly, Three Crow, exactly. That's how I feel. I shot my shot at everybody, and almost everybody accepted. I need to get a job so I can pay for these show matches, guys. Quick, donate $1,000 to the show match fund. Then we'll have show matches coming out of our wazoos. I think a lot of people know Clemmy. He's pretty popular. I wanted to reach out to a laser and a couple other people. We'll see. I could probably find Showtime as well somewhere. I wanted to find Spirit. I have no idea where this guy is. Is a ghost. A spirit. Where was I going to go with that? All right, I'll stop snooping on Milky Cow. But yeah, for the Savant, being able to steal attack speed from multiple units at once would definitely spike it up faster. We should implement some kind of attack speed cap, similar to the Mad Cap, so it just can't auto gun forever. But if it's more about the utility of draining attack speed, and that's what we pivot it to, then it synergizes with Armor Pen or Armor Rend from like the Hurakan and stuff. So you can set up times where you're doing like, I'm imagining mid-game armies, Savant, Salamander. I know, this is a game developer box art army. This is not a real army. But just imagine Savant Salamander with its ridiculous fields of XDs. I can't control Z in File Pilot. That's one spoiler for my review of File Pilot. Where's my XD store? Now just imagine we've got this XD field of Savants shooting down all of the units that are coming at you with the XD fire field. That's the kind of shit that we need. That would be epic. And then, of course, before that, you got Hurakans and Matadors. You got Seraphs in the mid-game as well that will just rend armor passively. There's loads of things that you could do that. Extending more invites for Tribunal of Tyranny? We'll see. Depends on signups. Smarty Cakes was looking for it. I'm sure a couple other Class 3 guys would jump on it. I'm giving first port of call to pros that are interested, and obviously Class 1 and Class 2 players. If he has Pen during Siege and is back to 6 range, it's probably frustrating in a different way, but then Backfill just owns him. Units regain their own attack speed when they back off, right? Yes, Ramen. It is not a permanent drain. It is a temporary debuff. Also, it's not linked to the other unit. So by that I mean, if the Savant is still draining attack speed from some other source, like from Unit B, after draining it from Unit A, and then Unit A walks off, Unit A can regain their attack speed, but the Savant does not lose that attack speed that it stole. It's like a separate battery being filled up, if that makes sense. Piano is in the chat. What's up, my man? What's up? You want to try KBW? I can also just give you this link. Well, the thing about the Bactylisk is that when you bounce onto targets in front, it will get to bounce it on targets in the back. And the bounce logic doesn't give a shit if you can't see the unit, by the way. The bounce part, I mean, if you can't detect the unit, that's one thing. But if it's at a fog of war, it still bounces, baby. The missile knows where it's going. But I think that would be pretty interesting, is if we went for the, I mean, the increased movement speed is kind of, this whole thing should be tweaked in terms of wording. That's right, Vilius. The Abyssal can do math. Better math than me, honestly. Ah, there you go, Piano. Let's see if I can do this live. Yeah, I have 1080p. I don't think I'll ever change from 1080p. It's too common. There you go. Thank you, Piano. Always good looking out. This guy is responsible for giving us a very cool thing on Team Liquid. I'll shout him out real quick. So, if we go to our calendar, and we go to one much further, yep. Here we see, we got this match here, the show match number 3. Oyaji versus Ziki, Ziki versus Volfix, Volfix versus Oyaji. We got all that, right? That's pretty cool in the Team Liquid calendar. It'll pop up like over here when it's live. I think some of the time, I don't know if there's like an extra thing, like you have to be a certain tier. Anyway, when we go to add an event, before we had Acropolis already in here. Let me see if I can find it. We had Acropolis in here already from, I think Blind Drawer hooked us up. Maybe Piano was the one who added that too. Who knows? But now, for more general events, we actually do have a Cosmonarchy section. Shout out to Piano for that. He is responsible. Big ups, big up. It's okay, man. Complaints are a normal part of life when it comes to a competitive game. And you know what, Artiturtle? We wouldn't be a competitive game without it. I may have locked and closed considering future changes, which was basically balance 1 the thread. But it lives on in all of us. Small effort, big gains, big gains. Oh. Well, V, when I can afford to grab a new monitor, maybe I will actually change to 1440p. The last time I looked at monitor prices, though, in order to get 144 hertz refresh rate on anything other than 1080p, you basically needed to be dropping $1,000 on 2 monitors. And I eventually want 3 monitors. So I don't know if I can do that. But I'll keep it in mind. And I can't really go back to 60 hertz refresh rate, that's for sure. That shit cray. So, where was I at about the Savant? Talking about the Savant, I think there's a couple of things I can do about it. I feel like the attack speed steal is an interesting dynamic, and it does lead to really exciting engagements where you have to decide how long can I stay for before how long do I have to back away from. So I like that aspect of it. I can see what Dog is saying about, like, it's frustrating in a different way for, like, mid-range comps, but then longer range comps will just defeat them kind of outright. And to that I say, the Savant is not supposed to be the long-range unit necessarily. You've got Eidolon for that out of the same structure with the same add-on. You also have Phalanx for that off of the Fulcrum at the same tier. So, obviously there's a question of how much gas do you have? Can you afford to have this so many or whatever? But that's why I'm saying Savants could be more specialized in their role to punch above their weight in terms of cost efficiency in certain situations, rather than being a little bit more on the generalist side where you just want to spam this out. You'll get like 6 Savants or 10 Savants and then deploy them tactfully. And then you know, Eidolon will be more of like your beef unit that you make a lot of for your heavy hitters. And then you'll have some frontline like Hurakan Shaman or maybe Hurakan Cleric, because Cleric isn't gas. I don't know. I'm spitballing. Oh, the prices are out here are like $400 for that, dude. That's wild. All right. Yeah, my last 2 monitors that I'm using right now came from Amazon, so I'm not opposed to it. Anyway, like, if you look at Steam hardware info and stuff, it's like 90% 1080p, I think. So, it's definitely, you don't want to be designing around specialty resolutions, I think. Like, it's good to support them, don't get me wrong. So. All right. We were in the middle of trying to figure out some details about that. As far as how I like File Pilot, there are some things it really lacks in. For example, say that I just updated something in pre-release. Let's see. Okay. I am updating the plugins in pre-release. Okay. Pretty common. Confirm folder replace. But after that, it does this. So I have to tick this small tick box down here and then hit copy and replace. That's a lot harder to do. Then also, you can't use enter for that second one. If you use enter, it will do cancel. You can tab to do this, but then you have to do like that. It's like 3 tabs after Alt D. It's ridiculous. So it's way too much, right? Compare that to the process in here, where if I go to CMDev and I go to plugins and I go to, I guess I don't have a pre-release bookmark, but I can just do it in 2, like Control V and then hit enter. That's it. However, FilePilot is infinitely better than Explorer because I can basically do this. I can walk right in to the MPQ. I can Control E and it shows me almost 5,000 files. Can't do that in fucking Windows Explorer, I'll tell you that much. Music in the main menu, that is Inozle. Yeah, well, Vic, even by your own stats, it's like you're talking about more than half of all gamers not being able to see the website correctly, if that's what you were talking about initially, right? So, sure, like if you don't want to put in the extra effort to lay it out for 1080p or whatever, I can see the argument of eventually 1080p will be a minority, but people already do work for 4K, and that's, I feel like, I can't imagine 1080p going down to below 4K, but maybe eventually. Maybe in like 20 years. But yeah, this is a really nice feature. I can sort through all files in the whole directories. I can also do this, type tile set, and then find the folder, and just click that, and it'll take me to the folder. So if I need to go find the new Goku advisor, I can do Control E, type Goku, and then I can click the Goku advisor. You can do Goku. Text-to-speech Goku from Artosis casts. Check it out. All right. So we're going to go to the platform tile set. Sure. Makes sense. So we already have a couple of these things here. Let's go back to this, and let's go to Rusty Pit. Okay, so that is the edge. But we do not actually have the Rusty Pit center tiles exported. Like Shield Battery-esque piano? Eventually, Vik is in the chat. He's the one who programs Fraud Launcher 2 and our websites and stuff. Essentially, the answer is yes, sort of. I mean, it depends on what you mean by server. But I did talk to the Shield Battery guys like 2 years ago. Problem is they've removed a lot of their 1.16.1 code, and I don't think they have a copy of it anymore because it used to work on the pre-remastered version of the game. They've ditched all that, and I don't know how it works or whatever. If you could you imagine Goku being the reason the LatAm community explodes? I can believe it though. They fucking love Goku. You know what? I fucking love Goku. I stand with Goku. Yeah. Shield Battery is I really respect Shield Battery. I think they've done a great service to, especially in the absence, the void, the vacuum of Blizzard attention. I don't see why anybody wouldn't use it except for the fact that it's like one extra click. But in Cosmonarchy, we don't care about that. It's whatever. Like, we used to use Radmin emulated LAN before Crown Link came along. Now we have sometimes better than, but at the very least equivalent to Shield Battery latency through our own programming, courtesy of Jesse and Veek7 working on it together. Why not Vegeta? Sorry, dude. All he said was over 9,000. That was all his... That was the only quote. Yeah, lobbies in the launcher, which is Shield Battery. I think that's more what he was getting at. We're doing, we have to do a ladder first. So, Plus, we do still have some rare but pernicious, unfortunately, desync issues that I would feel really bad if people were playing ladder games and then they got desynced on. So I spent some more time recently, now that I have some more relevant bug reports looking into that. I got the debug info from some of our show match games as well, so it's looking promising. I found a couple of things that I've already fixed. Whether or not it leads to anything consequential, we're not sure yet, but that's something that's a bit more priority for me to fix, for me to work on. While Veek and Jesse work on the server stuff and the lobby stuff, and while DF works on some other details. So. But yeah, it's a good time. Yeah, I mean, Replay Kraken can actually progress in development now that we've fixed your debug crash thing, Veek. All right, let's go ahead and navigate till we find our ramps. For ye old rusty pit. Yeah, so currently what we do is we have a sort of informal rankings. I updated this way more recently than this, so that's just a note of date. I forgot to manually update it. It was updated after Acropolis 3, so that would have been like 16 July or something. I'll fix that in a bit. But the basic idea here that we have is, like, these are our top 7 players that are like a rank and above removed from the other players that we have in the top 14. Since then, we've already seen some displacement. Newt has knocked Sausage off the list. And I think Zeke has probably outpaced Doglived by now as well. Although that's a hard one to say. I do have to update this list again. But anyway, this is obviously like a manual update list. It doesn't go very far. It's only like the top 14 or so players, right? Oh, yeah. No, Neblime is borderline falling out of Class 1 at this point. I bet you never thought you'd see the day, Veek. I think Zeke is already probably better than him, but he just doesn't have enough games to build up to rise up the MMR, so to speak. Well, all you need to know is that Neblime said earlier, like, in the admin chat for the coming events that we have, he's like, I probably shouldn't cast the Tribunal games until I'm eliminated. And I was like, you mean until you qualify? And he was like, nice cope or something. I forget what he said. He's not feeling very confident, though. Pretty good. We're going to quickly make a canvas file out of this. Not so many variants of this, are there? Just going to try to break up some of those more abnormal pattern repeats. This isn't that different than what I would be doing in an actual map editing time either, for that matter. Pretty cool to see all the attention that that we're getting, though. I'll tell you that much. All right, so we have this as the rusty pit. We have this as the lower tile, and then I guess we need canvas. Oh, I already had a canvas rusty pit. Oh, it was much worse than what I just made. So we'll go ahead and pretend that I didn't see that. Low platform. I forgot to message Milky Cow some information. All right. Yeah, I saw you mark that you were available, like you had a half day on the second day and a full day on the first day, like the first weekend or whatever. And that you're sleeping the day after the third day. That's fine. We'll play it by ear. Totally cool with me. By the way, anything related to replay watchability, definitely something we should try to backport from remastered. Like being able to seek through the replay and rebuild it and fast forward it. Super good. Super good. I hope we can do that at some point. I talked with DF about it. It's a high level, not very technical conversation of how it would be done, but like some good ideas to keep in mind, like saving timestamps of the replay as you progress through so that you can like kind of jump to there with the reconstruction. It would like inflate the replay file size a little bit as you're doing it, and then it would clear when you leave or whatever. Ah, okay, I see. That can be a tough one for sure. I can sympathize with that one. I woke up super early today. Just an alarm, easy clap. So you had even less sleep in Philly then, or for Philly? You know, for all the effort we're going through regarding the ramp conversion here, I want to point out they have all these tiny doodads that definitely don't really fit. And it doesn't really look like it's going up, does it? Well, anyway. Yeah, data-driven button sets would definitely be nice, I'll tell you them. They kind of have a data file, but it's definitely not data-driven, you know what I mean? I'll probably have to manually update that a little bit. That's yeah. Looks good enough. We're gonna have to clone tool some of that, I think. Maybe not. Maybe we just do the old opacity trick later. Yeah, I think we'll clone tool the rest of that stuff out. That makes sense. Okay, that might actually be enough, although I guess I'll clone tool this first and then figure out what we're doing about that. But then yeah. Well, that would be a dub. Make no mistake. Okay, the other thing that we definitely need to do is get rid of this. This is not good. I think maybe we just do this real quick, to be honest. Certainly would allow me to conserve a bit more data. Let's see, replay Kraken and website, definitely dubs. I mean, DF is working on stat.txt, so in theory that will be something that is easy enough to deal with. Since it's going to take a little bit for the replay Kraken stuff to bear fruit, and the like other odds and ends and whatnot, right? I feel like it's probably a fair. That's probably a fair direction to take for now. And as far as the stuff after replay Kraken and the website, I will definitely get back to you if I disagree. If I think of something that's higher priority or whatever, I'll definitely get back to them. Okay, so that was a bit weird and wonky, but I think we've done what we set out to do. Shade this down a little bit. Well, I guess, Vilius, we could create Krieg effects, which would let you do stuff like the Cascathal or Caustic Discharge, which forces you to take damage but increases your speed. That might be something that we could add to the maps, and then mappers could decide whether to use them or not, and then the community could decide if that's a good addition to the game or not. I do tend to be biased against such things, but that's because I know that they were implemented via in StarCraft 2 to take away from some of the issues that were just native to the game. Like they created, initially it was like a lot of slow zones from memory. I'm not the best authority on StarCraft 2's history on that, but I know a lot of slow zones were specifically made, I've talked to the mappers and stuff, because like Reaper harassment is too dominant. And I get it, like StarCraft 1 is also balanced by maps, but I think that's silly too. I think it's silly when they had the era where every single map that was ever made had to have, 1000% blocking all islands from Terran players so they couldn't lift off. instead of it being like, oh, liftoff is a cool mechanic, and that's what Terrans use. It never really got to the point where it could be like that, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying that it can't be a value add. Probably can be, and it probably would be if somebody really decided to work on like implementing it in a thoughtful way. But I'm just letting you know what I'm thinking. As far as that is concerned. It would be ideal to have it be a text file. So I was imagining a situation similar to Sounds TXT. So, like, I guess there's no data file that corresponds to it, though. The way that it works is that stat.txt... let's see. So button sets, for example, will point to a string ID. It's these last two here, which is like enabled string and disabled string. And they point to IDs that are basically just entries, similar to Sounds.txt is. Because it sounds... Or Sounds.txt used to be like sfxstat.tbl or whatever. So that's basically what we're going with here. So... if you think of a better way to make that happen, feel free to. What a beaver! The big caw! It has arrived! Alright, I feel like the north ramp is fine. It doesn't blow me away, but it's fine. We're going to see how it tiles, and then we're going to go from there. So first of all, let's go ahead and define where we are no longer needing anything, any data. Tiles themselves. We could probably axe this one technically and this one. But we probably also want those to be unbuildable, so I guess we won't do that. And then we'll go ahead and crop out the stuff on top. And that will be our Rusty Pit North Ramp. That's pretty epic, honestly. Alright, so we're going to do CMEW. 4x trick is fine for this, although it doesn't really matter. And we're going to do platform. And then we can save it as that. And then we can come all the way here and... I guess I can go back up to where I found the... rusty pit ramps and put them next to that. With all the extra space that they left in the tile sets, you'd think maybe they were thinking about putting some north-facing ones in and just never did. So these are unbuildable. Probably fine to do it this way. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. Do this. Never gonna matter though. One thing that I'll never tire of is seeing the pro player reactions to some of the units in the game. Dude, that is so good. It's so good every time. Alright, so what we're going to do here is we're going to say that... oh, actually, we should probably just paint the height ourselves. So... I guess we'll do X height instead. Okay. Let's say, there's not really like an easy mirror tool here, unfortunately. So we do have to kind of freehand this just a little bit. I don't know what happened there, but that is no good. I gotta look real close to the screen, guys. Okay, I think we're... This is this piece. Ah. No, that doesn't really compute to me. Okay, I guess I just left it like that. Yeah, that's accurate. Accurate. Okay. And this one was... Okay. Sure, that's what we'll go with. Painting the extra height tiles there to make sure that it gives you the disadvantage. Oh. Apparently Rusty Pit does not confer a height disadvantage. Oh, no, I'm a goober. Actually, we have to shift height up. Because I forgot that Rusty Pit is built into the regular platform, unlike low platform, which actually is just low. So Rusty Pit is like low platform, which is just low. Oh, that was silly. Slightly silly. Slightly sillier than it needed to be, but that's okay. All right, let's see what we look like when we add this to our tile set. Oh, I'm going to need to find SCM draft here. Close a program that I had set up. So let's see if we have to do any... Oh, wait, we have to add it to file set first. Let's see if we need to do any, like, photoshopping to make that ramp tile. And then after this, we got to extract the... what do you call it? Tiles out of the north-facing ramps and the cardinal ramps, north, south, east, west. Oh no. I've been Britished. I don't remember how I even do that. No? What is the... I don't remember it. Okay. I found it. All right, let's see here. Okay, the initial results look pretty good for tiling for the general placement. Oh, that tile's really cleanly. Just by itself. I guess maybe you want that tile specifically for like the small detail shading in the middle. No, even without it, it looks pretty good. Okay, I think we're all set then. Obviously, we don't have tiling on the south-facing cliff, which is really funny. But that looks pretty good as it is. All right, that's a first successful ramp conversion. It doesn't look great, but it'll work, you know? It'll do the job. Okay, let's go to... By the way, Vik, if you're still here, I highly recommend messaging DF about the TBL stuff, because I think he said he already started on it, or he already had a plan of action. It might be worth comparing notes. Thank you, Biddy B. We do need to eventually have a tiling version of this, so... maybe I should quickly do that. Ah, no Crusty streak remaining. I can't believe it. At least you have a Crusty emote. Things I do for my fans. How's it going today anyway? Cauldron Ghost, if that is your real... That's right. Right. All right, well, this one's a classic. What what do you mean, Three Crow? You gotta be more specific than that. Please. Please. Please explain yourself. I can't believe this is happening. No. Whatever you think it is, Shambler, please do not spell it out. I'm streaming to 10,000 viewers. Have mercy. Hey, Shambler, where are you anyway? I guess it's still early in the afternoon, but you gotta start smacking these noobs around in CM games. They don't know what to do with themselves. Some of them are even winning. Winning, I say. They're winning games, Shambler. How is this allowed under your watch? Shit, touching grass. I don't like that touching grass has an ulterior meaning now, alternative meaning in our community. That guy really needs to change his name. The joke being that he changed his name every single time. I think around here, surely it would be Crow, 3 Crow. It comes after 3. It is destined. Yes. Yes. To touch the sun. The hit new campaign from the No Frauds Club. Download now. Alright, I think we're done, like, kit bashing this into existence. I think. Take another quick look. Anything we're missing? Seems pretty good. I just had to manually clone some of that over here because I didn't want to capture the sub pattern. Like this pattern of tile right here, up top is facing one way, and this is facing. I guess they did just lard mirror it, as I like to call that. But yeah, that looks like an okay tiling. We'll have to see what it looks like when you extend it infinitely, but I think that should be okay. Let's go ahead and delete this stuff. All that. And that makes little sense. Zach. Yeah, that is essentially what he was working on, as far as I know. That's what he told me he was going to do, anyway. Oh, I was a little overzealous on that one, I think. $26.08. Definitely remember to stay hydrated, lads. I'll tell you that much. And lasses, too. Wait, hold on. Here. If TBL gets extended, can we update strings mid-game? He was talking about some other options further up, if you want to scroll up the chat, 3Crow, but I'm not so sure about that one. And by that, I mean I literally am not sure. You'd have to talk. Man, I can't wait. I can't wait, 3Crow. Speaking of coffee. How are our Spanish speakers going to respond to the Goku advisor? How? Explain to me what you think will happen. Because I think it's going to be wild. All right, so we've done our extended rusty pit ramps, as you can see here. I feel like that's going to look pretty nice. We've put it into the tile set. We can now go back to this and this. We'll test to see if it tiles nicely, and if it does, we'll move on to our cardinal ramps, which I'm sure I will not be pleased to look at. Okay. Looks like when I pasted it, it shifted, which is a classic Photoshop move. Well, I guess we can probably just go ahead and put the whole thing down, right? All right, so that's a little bit weird, but it actually does seem to be fine when you place the whole thing down. Yeah, it tiles fine, actually. That's really good. That will work. Let me make sure it works on the other side, too. Try to get, like, a good idea of... Looks like I'm supposed to grab this. That. Yeah, okay. All right, we're in business on that. Yeah. Dude, I just looked in. I saw the there was a balance discussion in the CM Talk channel. And what do I see when I look there in the most recent message? It's Zeke talking about Cosmonarchy balance and giving his insight. That's epic. We got pro players sharing their insights. Boneth was talking about changes earlier. Woohoo! We're in business, babies. The Spanish speakers really do love themselves some Goku, though. I'll tell you that much. Like DBZ in general is huge there. Pretty interesting. Okay. So now, Now I'm just trying to remember where I left my remastered graphics. Guess I'll talk with Jujic or I'll check Jujic DM. Okay. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure how where the remastered MPQ stuff went. I guess in theory I have the CR standard. Oh goodness. Oh goodness gracious. It's not broken. It can't process Unicode characters, and I use some of them in the file, so I cannot do that for you, unfortunately. Now, if you're able to fix that, you can jailbreak your files. But it's definitely a bit jank, ain't it? Oops. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, I'll show you what happens when I try it. I believe it exports, like... If I do, let's see. Export strings. So I'll DM you this breakage. And I'll show you the file that it made. Wherever the export option is going. So the file will go all the way down until you hit the first string entry that has the Unicode. For me, when I try to export it. I can send you my my settings for PyTBL, but you might... I don't know if it'll work. I guess I'll just mirror the tile, the left, right, and the up, down. Well, no, I can't do the up, down, I guess. That's weird. I've never done ramps like this before, so this is going to be a learning experience, lad. Yeah, I think we'll do the north ramp blend as our base, and we'll save a new one. delete these. We'll save this as Rusty Pit side ramp. Okay, that seems about right. And rather than actually mirror them the way that I set out that, I'm just going to take another screenshot real quick. It's not going to be that big of a deal. Let's also make sure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay. I wanted to make sure it was an even amount. Sometimes I've noticed my snipping tool doesn't save to clipboard, and the same is sometimes true for my some of my other issues. Share X or whatever it is that I've got as my alternative. Okay, that's good. And we do ramps. Okay, so that is where we find ourselves. Yeah, it's a good thing I didn't just mirror that. That would have been a bit wonky. It really does look like this is a screenshot from like a JPEG or something. It's like highly compressed. That is so wild. Pretty significant difference when I show the intended, in air quotes, base tile, I feel like. Although it's probably pretty compressed for
I am a hero!
Can you believe? Who was that, Vilius? Gambler? Somebody's a hero. Ah. A heroic performance, indeed. A lot of people have been dueling with the sun lately. A lot of people I know. Myself. lot of people in general. Oh, okay. Yeah, why not? Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the way that their models look for these ramp textures or whatever. Maybe it's just the textures and not the models, but it seems to be doing okay at doing at being what we need. So. Oh, I'll take a look in a moment. I'm gonna save this as Rusty Pit. I guess I'll call it a flat ramp. So the panel half plates on the end. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it looks right. Unless you mean like, oh, the very lip of this somehow got cut off, maybe? See, when you said north, I thought you meant north facing, so that was my confusion. So which side panels were you talking about? Like these? The little things that are like poking out? All right, Vic, GG's. Appreciate your work. The ones at the bottom, which looks really uniform. Oh, you're talking about like these things, probably. I think because of the angle, it actually ends up making it look a little bit worse like this. But you're right, it does look oddly uniform. I would probably need to do like a bunch of manual work on it or something if I had to guess. Yeah. I don't think the ceiling on this graphic is not very high. I think that's a safe thing to say. But that's fine. We just need it to be functional. It's not like it looks much better in remasters, so... I think we'll just take it, you know? The main thing I'm making sure to do is just to... Yeah. Yeah, the main thing I'm just making sure to do is, like, make sure that our our sub tile here is accurate still. Yeah, this is probably what you were thinking of, Beaver, is like having them be moved up and down a little bit more. This one does look better in that respect. The texture overall is not my favorite. It's not my thing. I would prefer a different texture. It doesn't really match, I think, what they were going for. Or it's just like rendered with different resolution settings or something, probably, you know? And this is, how would you like to describe this one, Beaver? Or any other artiste in the chat? Some would say maybe this is not the correct perspective. Some would maybe say that is straight up and down. Abhorrent. Not wrong. I don't foresee too many people using this one. Well, that's not true, but I hope not. I recognize that it's silly to say such a thing as I'm implementing it into the game, but I hope people don't use this thing I'm putting into the game for them to use. But you know how it is. Some things just make a man shudder. Okay. Okay. Let's go to our tile set again so we can start plugging those in. Dude, Jujic is going to be so happy. Unfortunately, I think I do have to put these in a different location. Maybe I can put them above the other ramps. 2, 3, 4, 5. I can put the flat ones here. But the side ones have to go somewhere else. 3, 4, 6. So there's 10 here. Let's get the file dimensions of the side ramp. 288. That's 9, right? I think I have to do this. Go. This is just so that they're all kind of grouped together in the index. Another thing that I'm sure Jujic will be happy about. All right, pretty easy stuff here. Honesty. So weird not doing like a pattern to my, like an isometric angular pattern is really wild to not have to do because they're straight angles. Definitely a learning experience. I guess we do want that to be the whole way through. Yeah, this is a little bit wonky, but I think that's probably the best compromise that we're going to get. All right, well, I'm adding them into the game, to the tile set, to the MPQ for the tile set there, and I'll go ahead and sync that up with the I missed some path ability on the right. Yeah. Did I? Oh, I guess I kind of missed it on both. Where would I be without you spot checking me, Beaver? I spent so much effort on the top side, I was like, yeah, whatever, this bottom side's fine. Turns out it was not. Did you ever watch Pro Starcraft 2, Beaver? Like anytime recently? I know you did a lot of custom stuff there, but there's not always a one-to-one overlap. Oh, nice. Any top pros that you would like to see compete in Cosmonarchy? Nope. Florencio. Vilius was talking about Florencio. I don't know Florencio very well. Or at all. An interesting title. I heard he was with Loco or something, associated with Loco. Or maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. Between Python and Rust, what would you choose if you were to be given perfect knowledge of said language? Oh, Steven Swarmlord was trying to get Pig in to Cosmonarchy back then. If I had perfect knowledge of any programming language between those, I guess either of those. Yeah, that's a not a well blended thing, but I'll see if I can fix that in a future date. Yeah, beyond probably not. To answer your question, Lucy, I feel like the answer is probably so Python's really good at prototyping stuff if you know what you're doing in it. So that's attractive. But Rust seems to be more applicable to, like, low-level things. It's kind of weird, because the answer is, like, definitely dependent on what all I'm going to be expected to do with it. Python might help me more immediately. Rust would maybe help me fix the plugin issues that we have with our Rust plugin. Yeah, perfect knowledge. Okay, I guess I'll change it back to Rust. That's I'll be selfish-ish. Complimentary merch for Rust. Here, I gotta put a unit down that makes it obvious that this is... I don't know. I guess that's probably the main one. Upsaya versus intro. All right. Well, that took way longer than I thought, guys. I thought it would be a little bit faster. I know I did some other stuff, like the north-facing ramps to begin with. Yeah, visit my coffee page. Yeah. That means that we'll just do some programming stuff off-stream instead of doing it on-stream. But we've done our due diligence on the ramps, so I am going to go ahead and double-check that I am checked out to main, which I am. And then I'm going to delete the plugins and delete the MPQ folder and paste. And then I am going to wait for it to finish. And then I'm going to fix the salamander entry. Say count 3-6, and then there's one other thing that I would like to do, which is to go to weapons dat and make sure that the factor for the weapon is correct. Right now it says 3 and should say 6. And then I can go ahead and put this here. Yo, get in there. What's up, Solstice? He always was a high IQ individual, now wasn't he? At least to my knowledge. All right. Our update is up. So I'm going to take a break now. For donors, I will be back in about 2.5 hours to grab some donor exclusive content, donor streams working on a single player campaign. Maybe I will see you guys then. The ramps look serviceable. Some of them look really nice, like the extended one I did for the south-facing ramp. But yeah, really, really happy to have those ramps now in the game. Feeling good about that. We will be back tomorrow. More casts, more development, more Prussie probably, and more me. I'll see you guys then. Thanks for hanging out today. GG's.